except for one thing. Miep had kept for him something the Gestapo had thrown away as rubbish when they ransacked the secret annex.
I knew that Anna wrote a diary. She spoke about her diary. She left her diary with me at night in a briefcase next to my bed. I had promised her never to look in. I never did. When I returned, and after I had the news that my children would not come back, Miep gave me the diary, which had been saved by, I should say, a miracle. It took me a very long time to read it. And I must say, I was very much surprised about the deep thoughts Anna had, her seriousness, especially her self-criticism. It was quite a different Anna I had known as my daughter. She never really showed this kind of inner feeling. She talked about many things, we criticized many things, but what really their feelings were, I only could see from the diary. And my conclusion is, as I had been in very, very good terms with Anna, that most parents don't know really their children. And so I know, too, that in reading the diary, parents and teachers will learn a lot. To build up a future, you have to know the past. You see, I'm pretty old now, but I am not a bitter man. Young people write to me, asking questions. Many are writing a diary themselves, calling their diary Anna's diary. They write to Anna as Anna wrote to Kitty. And so, especially in the time of adolescence, they get a lot of confidence and hope for their lives in reading about Anna and her experiences.
We are particularly delighted because Mr. Otto Frank has made a special visit to Britain to come to the Blue Peter studio. Well, I'll be talking to him in just a moment, but first, here's a reminder of the story of Anna Frank. You may remember that Val went to her house during a special assignment and described, first of all, how the Frank family fled from persecution because they were Jewish.
The ill treatment of the Jews was all the more saddening because many had fled here from Germany. Amongst them was a businessman called Otto Frank. He brought with him his wife and 2 teenage daughters, Margot and Anne, and got a job in a small factory on one of the quieter canals. For a while he thought his family was safe, but when war began and the Germans overran Holland, he knew it was only time before they would all be taken away to the concentration camps. Their only chance was to hide, and Mr. Frank knew of an excellent hiding place.
He told his wife and the girls to pack a few things. It wasn't safe to be seen in the streets with a suitcase, so they all wore as many clothes as possible. Anne packed her books and her curlers into her school satchel to avoid suspicion. Then they made their way here to Mr. Frank's office, where he told them to climb the steep staircase to the top floor.
Margot and Anne had no idea where they were going or why. Mr. Frank had thought it unfair that they should be asked to keep such a dangerous secret from their friends at school.
He led them in here, into what seemed to be a tiny box room. Then he took hold of this bookcase, which was full of files, pulled it back, and revealed a secret stairway that led up to 4 attic rooms at the back of the house that hardly anyone knew about.
Just as Jan Hartmann had built a secret church in his attic, Otto Frank had discovered a secret annex to hide in till the war was over. Another family, the Van Daans, and a Jewish dentist called Mr. Dussel were to hide here too. And Mr. Frank warned them all there would be many problems. In the factory below, people were still working, so any noise during the day would betray them. They could cook their meals on the old stove, but they could only use the lavatory in the evenings, when there was no one downstairs to hear the sound of it flushing.
Anne was horrified. She was a lively girl who liked to make plenty of noise. Only a few weeks before, it had been her 13th birthday. There'd been a party, and she and her friends had gone to see the film The Wonder Dog, Rin Tin Tin. There'd been lots of presents too, flowers and chocolates and books. Now Anne realised that there'd be no more parties, no cinema, no flowers or chocolates for a long time. All she had left were her books. Her favourite book was one like this. It was full of blank pages and had been a present from her parents. The idea was to use it as a diary, and Anne was thrilled. She began it straight away and wrote, "No one will be interested in the unbosomings of a 13-year-old schoolgirl, but I want to write." And she did, keeping her diary faithfully for the next 2 years. What she wrote in it was so moving that a film was made about it called The Diary of Anne Frank. This is Anne's bedroom today. She had to share it with Mr. Dussel, the dentist, but she was determined that it was really her room. She stuck pictures from magazines around the walls to brighten it up a bit, and her pin-ups are still here today, a bit faded after 30 years. Here is a picture of Princess Margaret and Princess Elizabeth, now Queen Elizabeth II. They were about the same age then as Anne and her sister. She also amused herself by drawing up a prospectus for the annex, pretending that it was a sort of hotel. A temporary residence, open all the year round, with free board and lodgings. But often she would just sit at the window all day, half listening to the old carillon of the nearby Westerkirk striking the quarter hours. At night time, even that was quiet. In the evenings, Anne wrote in her diary, "It's the silence that frightens me so."
It was in the evenings, too, that Anne would join the others around the radio set, hoping to hear good news of the war on the BBC Overseas Service.
A few hours ago, watchers on Britain's southeast coast saw large formations of Allied aircraft pass overhead, heading for France. Formations of fighters went out first.
Then on June the 6th, 1944, D-Day, the British and American armies landed in Normandy. For the first time, it looked as though the Germans might be driven out of Holland. Anne pinned this old school map on the wall and began to mark the line of the Allied advance. On July the 21st, she wrote in her diary, "Now I am getting really hopeful. Now things are going well at last. Yes, really, they're going very well."
But 2 weeks later, Anne heard the sound she had always dreaded. It was the German police patrol.
Anne was escorted downstairs with the others, hustled into the van and taken to the station. There they were all put on a train for Germany. Tragically, it was the very last convoy of Jews to leave Amsterdam before it was liberated by the Allied troops. Only Mr. Frank survived the concentration camp. Anne died in March 1945, only 2 months before peace was achieved. When Mr. Frank returned to Amsterdam after the war, his Dutch friends told him that they'd rescued some papers from the annex after it had been ransacked by the German troops. Amongst them was Anne's diary. Mr. Frank read it with amazement. He knew only too well the horror and misery that his young daughter had endured for the last 2 years of her life. And yet her diary was full of hope for the future. He decided to publish it so that the whole world could read the brave words that she had written.
In spite of everything, I still believe that people are really good at heart. If I look up into the heavens, I think that it will all come right, that this cruelty will end, and that peace and tranquility will return again.
And here are those very words, except that this time, here, they are written in Anna Frank's actual handwriting. And this is the first time ever that Anna's diary has been seen by anyone outside the Frank family. And we are very grateful to Anna's father, Mr. Otto Frank, for for getting the diaries from the safe in Switzerland where they're kept and bringing them today to us on Blue Peter. Mr. Frank, welcome to Blue Peter, and thank you very much. This is only one volume of Anna's diary. Were there more than that?
There were 3 volumes of Anna's diary and about 330 pages Anna wrote.
Anna wrote an awful lot, but do you know what the first words were she wrote in her first diary?
Of course, and I want to read them in English because Anna wrote in Dutch.
Right.
She wrote, "I hope I shall be able to confide in you completely, as I have never been able to do to anyone before, and I hope that you will be a great support and comfort to me."
Anna didn't write those words when you were all in hiding, did she? It was before then.
It was on her 13th birthday.
So she didn't know at the time how important her diary was
Not
going to
at all.
become to her.
Not at all.
What gave you the idea of publishing the diary?
Well, after I had read the diary, I copied it, and I gave a copy to friends of ours who had known us all. One of them was employed in a publishing firm, and he told me, "You have not the right to keep the diary as a private property. It's a human document, and you should publish it." And so I did.
Have you ever regretted that decision, or are you happy about it still?
I didn't regret it, because Anna wrote in one of her diaries, "I want to go on living after my death." And in a certain way, through her diary, she is living on in many hearts.
Yes, and in many countries too, because do you know how many languages Anna's diary has been translated into?
There are 54
That's a tremendous
languages,
amount, really
all
spread around the
countries.
world.
Pardon? Yes, all around the world.
Do you receive many letters from people around the world who have read Anna's diaries?
After the book was published, I received hundreds of letters. Now I receive less, but I receive letters every day anyhow.
What sort of things do people say to you?
Well, that's different from the age of the people who read it, if they're small children or grown-ups or teachers. But I should say, if young people are writing to me, after having read the diary, I start to think that is for me one of the most precious.
Anna, in her diaries, comes across as a very optimistic and very cheerful girl. Was she like that?
Well, she showed herself like that. Yes. But in fact, I only learned to know her really through her diary.
Did you ever read her diary while she was writing it?
No, never.
Did you actually know she was writing it?
Oh, yes. She asked me several times, "Father, see that nobody's disturbing me. I want to write in my diary."
I know that there is an Anna Frank Foundation, Mr. Frank. What is the purpose and the aim of it?
Well, in short, I should say to fight against prejudice and discrimination, respectively hatred against people of different race and religion.
Well, I'm sure that's an aim that Anna would have been happy about.
I think so.
I'm sure it is. And in an extraordinary way, I think maybe something good has come out of the terrible thing that has happened.
I am sure of that.
Do you think many people have used this book as an inspiration in
Many
moments
did,
of...
and it changed even many lives.
Yes.
I know from young people who wrote me, after I have read Anna's diary, I choose to be a teacher or a doctor or even a clergyman.
Very briefly, Mr. Frank, did it give you inspiration and courage to get through your ordeal?
Every day.
Mr. Frank, thank you very much indeed on behalf of me, and thank you very much on behalf of all the Blue Peter viewers who saw the film about Anna Frank and who wrote to us. I know they'll have been delighted and very moved to have seen Anna's real diary.
Hier Radio Oranje, de stem van strijdend Nederland.
Wednesday, March 29th, 1944. Dearest Kitty, Mr. Bolkestein, the Cabinet Minister, speaking on the Dutch broadcast from London, said that after the war a collection would be made of diaries and letters dealing with the war. Of course, everyone pounced on my diary. Just imagine how interesting it would be if I were to publish a novel about the secret annex. The title alone would make people think it was a detective story. Seriously, though, 10 years after the war, people would find it very amusing to read how we lived, what we ate, and what we talked about as Jews in hiding.
For 6 weeks, Anna thought constantly about the message from London. Then she made up her mind. She had wanted to be a journalist and a famous writer, to travel the world, see Paris and Hollywood. This was her opportunity. Starting in the middle of May 1944, she began to furiously rewrite her whole diary from the very first entry with a view to future publication, at the same time as keeping up her regular diary entries.
Tuesday, 6th of June, 1944. Dearest Kitty, this is D-Day. The BBC announced at 12. This is the day. The invasion has begun. A huge commotion in the annex. Is this really the beginning of the long-awaited liberation? The liberation we've all talked so much about, which still seems too good, too much of a fairy tale ever to come true. Will this year, 1944, bring us victory? We don't know yet, but where there's hope, there's life. It fills us with fresh courage and makes us strong again. Oh, the best part of the invasion is that I have the feeling that friends are on the way. Those terrible Germans have oppressed and threatened us for so long that the thought of friends and salvation means everything to us. Maybe, Margot says, I can even go back to school in October or September.
With the Allies advancing, it was natural that spirits in the annex soared. Otto Frank kept a map on the wall tracking every advance of the British and American troops. But the odds were stacked against those in the hiding place. Of the 25,000 Jews who hid from the Nazis in Holland during the Second World War, some 8,000 to 9,000 were discovered by the Germans, or betrayed by their Dutch hosts. Many of the Franks' neighbours, some of whom were even known Nazi sympathisers, knew that there was something strange going on behind the blinds of the back house at 263 Prinsengracht. Any one of them could have called the authorities at any time to collect the reward for betraying Jews in hiding. And then Anna herself chronicled many acts of carelessness that could have led to the sort of suspicion that could easily lead on to betrayal. It has never been proved how they were betrayed, but on a sunny summer morning in 1944, 2 years after they first stepped behind their secret door, their world collapsed.
It was the 4th of August 1944. You know, it was always my task to go as first up in the hiding place. Also this day. I go up, took my shopping list, talked with the people, and came down. After an hour, I was working in the office. Beb in front of me, Koophuis on this side. The door goes open, but I did not look. And it was quiet. And the moment I look up, and there was a man standing for me with a gun to me and said, "Quiet, no words."
Was there ever a plan for this sort of situation?
No. We were so sure that it never would happen.
The authorities had been tipped off by an anonymous phone call that there were Jews hiding in the Opekta offices. 4 Dutch plainclothes policemen from the German security service, led by an Austrian officer, went straight to the secret bookcase.
I could hear the voice of the Nazi. And I heard this man spoke with a Autriche, with a Vienna accent. And if you know, I'm born in Vienna, I know that accent. I stand up and say to him in a nearly friendly mean, "You are a Vienna. I'm a Vienna too." And this one sentence was perhaps too much for this man. He was standing there, looked at me, and when he came to him, he came to me, gebukt, so near to me that I feel his adem, his breath. I feel his breath. Schämst du dich nicht, Judenbagage zu helfen? Du gehörst die höchste Strafe zu bekommen und du weißt, was es ist. I did not say any word. He was going in my office from the one wall to the other as a wild animal. After a while, he stood still, looked me a little friendlier. Aus persönlicher Sympathie darfst du bleiben, aber wehe, wenn du fliehst, dann nehmen wir deinen Mann.
When the Germans captured Jews in hiding, they looted everything of value. Officially, this booty was meant to finance the transportation of the Jewish prisoners to the Polish death camps, but corruption was rife, and Jewish valuables often lined the pockets of Nazi policemen. Needing a container for his loot, the Franks' Austrian arresting officer, SS Oberscharführer Karl Josef Silberbauer, emptied the contents of Otto Frank's briefcase onto the floor, and thus he left behind Anna's diary.
After the Franks and the other peoples were away, I come here in and found the diary scattered on the floor. Ellie and me, Beb and me, we saw this. That is the diary of Anne. Please take it. We took all the things, but I was afraid that I had not all the paper of the diary. I knew that, but I was so in hurry because I was afraid that this Autrichian man came again.
That the officer...
Yeah, because he said, I come back.
Within 2 weeks of Miep Gys saving Anna's diary, the Dutch removal firm of A. Puls stripped the hiding place of every possession to be sent to Germany to aid bombed-out German civilians. Silberbauer and his Dutch assistants had taken the 8 Jewish prisoners to Gestapo headquarters, housed here in a former school in Amsterdam. Of the helpers, Johannes Kleiman and Victor Kugler were also arrested, though not the 2 women, Miep Gys and Beb Forskuil. Kleiman and Kugler were then sent here to Amersfoort labour camp in central Holland, shown in this film during a Dutch Red Cross inspection. Kleiman was released in September due to bad health, and Kugler managed to escape in 1945 when the train in which he and other prisoners were being transported to Germany was bombed by American planes. The day after the arrest of the Franks, the Van Pelses and Pfeffer, Miep tried one last desperate effort to help them.
I go to the Gestapo, and when you there go in, you did not know if you came out. I phoned this Autrichian man, and he said, yes, come. I went to him, but when I came there, his office was full of young people, secretaries and all the peoples, but he was sitting in the corner. And when I came in, I cannot speak with this man what I want. So I go to the corner to him over his desk, and I did so. Understand me? I said to him, bitte kommen Sie morgen zurück. Heute kann ich nichts mehr für Sie tun. And then I went away. Next morning, I go to him. He was standing in the door, wait for me. I'm sorry, he said to me. I can't do anything for you because I'm not high enough. You understand me? And I said to him, I don't believe you. Go to my boss. And I go upstairs. I knocked on the door, nobody said something. Then I opened the door, and what did I see? A large table, sitting high German people. They kept on the table, and in the middle, the radio listened to England. And that was was not allowed for the German peoples. And it was very dangerous for me, because I saw what they did. And I said, who is here the boss? One man came to me, pushed me out of the door. Schweinehund, der du bist. And then I went down, and this Vienna man was standing in the door. I said, what I didn't say to you. And then I went down, and I feel het gordijn, the curtain of this play was fallen for me.
This is footage of Amsterdam in wartime, an empty, desolate city. Holland is occupied by Germany. The majority of Jewish inhabitants have been deported to concentration camps. A few have managed to hide from the Nazis in cellars and attics harbored by friends and strangers. On the Prinsengracht, the staff of the wholesaler Opekta had hidden 8 Jews in an annex. One of them was Anne Frank. Her diary would become world famous. Miep Gies was one of 4 staff members who helped Anne Frank. In the early summer of 1942, Otto Frank, the manager of Opekta, called her into his office on the lower floor of the annex.
Ja. Well, he rang me and said, Miep, would you come in a moment, please? I came in and he asked me to sit down. I have something very important to tell you, he said. A secret, really.
Een soort geheim eigenlijk.
We plan on hiding ourselves here, in this house.
Onder te duiken, in dit huis.
Are you prepared to help us?
Om ons daarbij
with provisions and so forth.
Met levensmiddelen te verzorgen enzovoort.
I said, yes, of course. I thought that it went without saying.
The Frank family came from Frankfurt am Main in Germany. Otto Frank and Edith Hollander were married in 1925. Margot was their firstborn, followed in 1929 by Anne.
Deutschland nicht geschenkt erhielten, sondern selbst nicht schaffen muss.
When Hitler and the Nazis came to power in 1933, they began to terrorize Jews openly. Alarmed by this race hatred, the Franks resolved to leave Germany and settle in Holland with their 2 daughters. In one of Amsterdam's new suburbs, they found an apartment on the Merwedeplein. Otto Frank became manager of the wholesaler Opekta in the city center.
I was hired in 1933. I thought I would start out in the front office, but that didn't happen. On my first day, Mr. Frank took me to the kitchen. He put fruit, sugar, and a recipe in front of me, plus the utensils with which to make it, and said, "Let's see you prepare this recipe." I worked a good month in the kitchen. I learned properly how things should be done. I learned what mistakes could occur and how to correct those mistakes.
En wat je eventueel fout kunt maken. En hoe je fouten weer goed kunt maken.
And then Mr. Frank said, "Take a desk in the front office. Start answering the phone. You're our public relations officer." Our product was popular with Dutch women who wanted to make jam in 10 minutes. They had to use a certain proportion of fruit and sugar, but often what they do was use much more fruit than sugar, and it would go wrong. Mr. Frank was a very refined man, a real gentleman.
Een zeer beschaafd iemand. Een heer, weet je wel, hè.
His wife came by the office once with Anne when she was 4. Anne was a bit shy, but she gave me a slight curtsy. She was very bright-eyed. I showed her around the office. I let her do some typing and have a look out the window. She loved every bit of it. She was a very lively child. That was our first meeting, quite brief. After a while, Mr. Frank invited me to his home for a meal. Naturally, it was quite an honor. I'm back in the house where Otto Frank lived.
Waar Otto Frank gewoond heb. En waar ik vaak geweest ben.
I was here often.
Hele leuke herinneringen.
I have fond memories of this place.
Het grijpt me meer aan.
This affects me more than I'd expected.
Weer in het huis te zijn.
Being back in the Frank family home where I had been so often.
Geweest ben. Dit doet pijn, hè?
This hurts.
Dit is onvoorstelbaar.
This is unimaginable. I have to collect myself and regress in my memories to that time. It could have all turned out so differently if we'd managed to pull through.
Het had zo anders kunnen zijn als we het gered hadden.
We had every hope that we would.
Ze zijn hier heel gelukkig geweest.
They were very happy here.
Allemaal.
All of them.
Anne was
Anne bristled with life. She was inquisitive. She had eyes that sparkled. By contrast, Margot was quiet and deferential. Mrs. Frank was friendly, quiet, and a bit reserved.
Een beetje teruggetrokken.
When we were here, Mr. Frank always initiated conversation. He talked to us. I was quite delighted to be invited by the boss. But Mr. Frank had a certain intent in doing that. See, the immigrants who came here tended to be restricted to their own groups. They had no friends here. But Mr. Frank kept company with 2 Dutch friends, namely us. Because I was interested in politics and had political discussions with him in the office, he included us amongst his acquaintance and amongst his friends, albeit later. We had come around on the Saturday afternoon. Mr. Van Pels was there with his wife, and Dr. Pfeffer with his lovely wife. And we discussed the issues of the day. We discussed the war and debated this and that. But people living here thought they'd be safe. This was Holland. We thought we'd just stay out of it, like in World War I. No one imagined that we ever become the victims of the Nazis. Then came the 10th of May. That shocked us all. We were alarmed by the aircraft. But we waited and heard, eventually, that Rotterdam had been bombed. We knew clearly what that would mean. A good Dutchman didn't watch the occupation force roll in. We didn't go. We stayed at our jobs. Eventually, our fears subsided a bit because the Germans were very pragmatic. They didn't upset things too much for the first 2 years. Didn't interfere. That way, you could adapt much for the first 2 years. Didn't interfere. That way, you could adapt and think, well, it's not so bad. Although inwardly the thought remained, this is Holland. It belongs to us. Initially, they didn't interfere greatly with the Jews, but by degrees, prohibitions were introduced. Jews were not permitted on the trams.
Jews must wear a yellow star. Jews must relinquish their bicycles. Jews must go to Jewish schools, and many more restrictions. As we walked across our square a few days ago, Father talked about going into hiding. We don't want to be seized, he said, so we'll steal away and not wait until they come for us.
On Sunday evening, the doorbell rang, and who should be there but Mr. Van Pels? He entered, and looking grim, he said, Margot's been conscripted into labor. She has to report tomorrow. The decision had been made to go into hiding, and I was instructed then to go the next morning and collect Margot on my bike and lead her as the first one into hiding. We arrived here. I opened the entry door and took in the bicycles. We went upstairs. When she could not go on, I prodded her forward because I felt her dismay. Where am I? What's happening? I thought, she's going to faint. Get her inside. I opened the door quickly and I jostled her inside. It all seemed a bit callous, really, like I was saying, now you're on your own. I ran back downstairs and opened the main door so that the staff could get in.
At 7:30 in the morning, we closed our front door behind us. People early on their way to work looked at us with pity. The gaudy yellow star spoke for itself. We only wanted to get away and to arrive safely, nothing else. When we were in the street, Father and Mother told me about the plan. The hiding place would be in the building where Father had his office. When we arrived at the Prinsengracht, Margot was already waiting for us.
Mr. Frank glanced round the corner, saw me, and nodded to me. It was a signal that Anne, her mother, and he had arrived safely. Therefore, I shouldn't worry. This was the bedroom of the Frank family. There was a bed here, and one there. There was a table in front of the window, and in the corner, a stove.
Mother and Margot were too tired and wretched to move a muscle. Our rooms were so full of rubbish that it was beyond description. Father and I, the two cleaners in the family, worked the whole day until we sank into clean beds at night. If you go up the stairs and open the door, you'll be amazed to find such a big, bright room in an old canal house. This serves as the kitchen, common room, and the Van Pel's bedroom. The Van Pel's family arrived on July 13th. To our great amusement, Mrs. Van Pel's had a large chamber pot in her hat box. "I just don't feel at home without my potty," she declared. Mr. Van Pel's had no potty, but rather a folding tea table under his arm. From the day they arrived, we all had meals amiably together, and after 3 days, it was just like we were one big family.
Van het volk van Nederland houdt zijn voet. Het kleine Holland weert zich dapper als een reus. Het is oranje, blijft oranje, is de leus. Voor u, voor mij en voor de watergeus.
Mr. Frank had brought a box full of pictures, which Anne had clipped from magazines at home. Here's one of them. This, for example, is Heinz Rühmann. He was one of the stars of our day. Greta Garbo. I don't recall that one. Lily Baumeister. She was also a screen actress. Anne cut this one out as well. Oh, how she loved these pictures. She had other pictures of people who interested her. Norma Shearer. She really loved her. Diana Durbin. And the royal family. She clipped whatever pictures she didn't have from here. The weekly review, Cinema and Theatre. That's how she used to increase her collection. Those people all believed, logically enough, that they'd only be here temporarily. I always got the impression from each of them they thought it would be over soon. I think they counted on that. So they never indulge in amenities of any sort. In the other rooms, they didn't so much as hang a picture.
It's amazing how far people will go to help others at the risk of their own lives. Our helpers are a fine example of this. Mr. Kleiman, Mr. Kugler, Beppe Miep have really pulled us through.
Until August 21st, 1942, this was the entrance to the annex, an ordinary door. The step was still there. On that day, the staff downstairs, Mr. Kukler, and Ellie's father arrived at the shrewd idea of barricading it. And what could be better for that purpose than a bookcase set in front of? In this way, the entrance would be camouflaged. These windows were pasted with paper with a floral pattern, making it impossible to see outside. In the front, the windows were painted blue. This also obstructed any view.
I can't tell you how oppressive it is never to go outside. Naturally, we're not allowed to look out the windows. I'm afraid that we will be discovered and shot.
This is a shopping list for the butcher. We each had our specific tasks. Ellie was responsible for the baker and the milkman. My task was to bring in vegetables and meat. I found this in one of my coat pockets after the war. I was incredibly pleased to find it. This was my desk. Bep sat opposite me. This was my desk. Bep sat opposite me at a similar desk. Mr. Kleiman sat here alongside. We three formed a close-knit group. To the rear was another office belonging to Mr. Kukler. He would come by every now and then. During office hours, we didn't discuss our refugees much. Everything had to proceed as normal. Talking about them created a certain tension. It caused you to worry about them in the office, and that wouldn't do. It was vital that we appeared to the outside world, to people who came here, to be as nonchalant as possible. Mr. Frank had said, "Meet, find a greengrocer that's close by." So I used to go to a shop on the Lelygracht. But in May of 1943, when I entered the shop lady told me that her husband had been seized. They had been hiding 2 Jews themselves. Mr. Frank insisted then that I not go there for the time being because it was too dangerous. I came away from the canal and went in the opposite direction towards the Rosengracht. Here I found a small cellar. Yeah, it looked quite different in those days. It was a plain cellar where the vegetables would be lying on the ground or on pallets. Also, vegetables were scarce then. That's a striking difference. I came in and encountered an old woman who was somewhat disabled. She was whining and moaning to herself. I listened to her, and what was she talking about but her kids? Her kids who had discarded her and who only came around when they needed money or vegetables or whatever. She prattled on like that, and I agreed with her at every turn. Meanwhile, I had an eye out for what I could get. That was quite important. Surprisingly, without any trouble whatsoever, she served me.
Anders nog iets?
You'd come up, and there was a level of tension as you entered the room. They waited anxiously for you in a row. They waited for whatever you might say. That made me feel dreadful. Only Anne would greet me and say, "Hello, Miep. Got any news?" Her mother always hated that. Anne was often criticized for her behavior. The children, the Franks' children, were raised in far too liberal an atmosphere. I knew that when I left, Mrs. Frank and Mrs. Van Pels would quarrel over it. But Anne couldn't help herself. It was just her way. She was spontaneous and said what was on her mind. That the others just waited until I spoke, I found truly dreadful, because I could feel their utter dependency on us, their helpers. The meekness with which they greeted me each morning was terrible. They would give me a list of what they needed, a shopping list and so forth. When that business was done, one of them would scamper up to me, Mrs. Van Pels, for example, and say, "Miep, I need this or that too." I just wrote it down and tried to get it.
Miep told us that they were rousting Jews from their homes again. Countless friends and acquaintances have gone to a terrible end. Any revelation from Miep concerning the fate of an acquaintance makes Mother or Mrs. Van Pels cry. So Miep now thinks it's best not to say anything at all.
Those were terrible events, and I related them all honestly. I recounted whatever happened in town. After a while, my husband Jan said, "Miep, please don't tell them everything. You have to remember that these people are incarcerated. They're not free to move. That's depressing enough as it is. At least dilute the truth slightly, just skim the surface." So, I did that. But that didn't get past Anne. She sensed there was more to be told. When I'd said what I had to say and I was poised to go, she would take me aside for a chat. She'd say, "Miep, tell me about this and that." She'd question me so extensively that I couldn't avoid it any longer, and I told her everything. That was Anne.
If it is this bad in Holland, what is it like in the distant reaches where they go? We assume that most of them are murdered. The English radio speaks of their being gassed. Perhaps that's the quickest way to die.
Of the persistent reports that some of these camps in Germany are in fact extermination camps with specially constructed gas.
The English radio has always told the truth. The fact is that in Poland and Russia, millions of peace-loving people are simply murdered or gassed.
Those events were discussed in the annex, what was known of them, what they'd heard. But speaking for myself, I could not believe that people would do such atrocious things. I simply could not believe it. I had no idea that Anne would write it all down. What do you imagine when you see a child with a diary? You wouldn't think she'd write such things. Dr. Pfeffer was my dentist and a close acquaintance of the Franks. The Pfeffer asked me incessantly if I could hide him. I said no. I went to Mr. Frank and told him that Pfeffer wanted to go into hiding. The next day, Mr. Frank said, "Miep, where 7 people eat, 8 can eat as well. Go tell Pfeffer you have a place for him." Naturally, he needed to sleep somewhere. It was arranged that Pfeffer would sleep here and Anne would settle over there. This was Anne's table, which she now had to share with Pfeffer.
Yesterday I asked Pfeffer quite politely if I might also use our table. What do you think the very learned Pfeffer replied? No. Just plain no.
Pfeffer wrote letters to his wife here, and he studied Spanish. Therefore, he sat for long periods of time at the table. Meanwhile, Anne was attempting to carry on with her diary.
One moment I thought I'm going to smack him in the face, and then the next, stay calm, he's not worth getting upset about.
This here is one of Pfeffer's letters to his wife. It's dated November 15th, 1942. My one dear love, I wish you a splendid good morning. I find it difficult to respond to you in a letter, since I'm accustomed to discussing everything with you day to day. So his letter begins. It ends, "Concerning the cigarettes which I've saved for you for so long, I smoke but one a day." I conveyed her letters to him and his letters to her, but I never knew the contents of them, or that of the packages I delivered. This occurred regularly every 14 days. When I'd come by in the morning, he'd already be waiting for the letters that I'd bring. Naturally enough, he'd ask me, "How's my wife? What's she doing? What did she say?" So I'd stand there talking to him longer than was strictly necessary. And thereafter, I'd go up to collect my shopping list. Moreover, they were obliged to wait upstairs until I arrived. Once Mr. Frank asked, "Miep, could you please not talk to Pfeffer for so long? Anne doesn't appreciate the delay." That was the only time I got angry with Mr. Frank. I said, "Listen here, sir. You have your whole family here with you. He's here alone. I am the only link between him and his wife. Doesn't it make sense that he'd question me?" Then Mr. Frank said, "Yes, Miep, you're right."
The only bright spot in all this is that I can write down my thoughts and feelings. Otherwise, I'd suffocate in here.
We all had, as I'd mentioned, our appointed times to go upstairs. It was my task to come around in the morning. But I so pitied them not being able to move about during the day that I'd sometimes sneak upstairs during the afternoon. One day, I snuck upstairs and I entered the Franks' bedroom.
En ik ging naar de slaapkamer van de Franks. Dat was hier.
This was it.
Hier zat Anne.
Anne sat writing here. I entered the room, and as I was getting accustomed to the light, I saw her sitting here. I thought, oh gee, I'm disturbing her while she's writing in her diary. I felt awkward and wondered what to do. Should I retreat quietly or approach her?
Of zal ik naar de toe gaan?
At that moment, she glanced up and fixed me with an expression that I never will forget. It wasn't the Anne that I knew, the friendly, charming child. She had an expression of pent-up fury. Yes, she said. I'm writing about you, too. I didn't know what to say. The only words I could manage were, well, that'll be something. Then I turned and darted back downstairs.
We live without knowing why, for what purpose. We live intent on being happy. Our lives are different, yet alike. As young as I am, I know what I want. I know that I am a person unto myself. Let me be myself, and I'll be content.
Mrs. Frank was a very quiet, refined woman. She was a very devout woman. This is one of her prayer books. She tried to influence Anne, but Anne wasn't too keen on it. Mrs. Frank also tended to be pessimistic. Me, she used to say, I won't make it. I can't go on. No good will come of this. She used to tell me all her fears and anxieties. Well, what could I say? I couldn't give her hope. I had none. Yet it helped that someone listened to her anxieties and fears.
Who besides me will ever read these letters? It's a wonder that I haven't discarded my ideals. I see us encircled by black clouds. I hear the imminent thunder of our doom.
It was quiet in the office. We were about our jobs. Suddenly I looked up. The door was open, and a small man came in, pointing a revolver at me. He said to me, sit down. Don't even flinch. I went numb. And he left and closed the door as he went. Kleiman sat here, Pep sat there. Kleiman was the first to speak. Miep, he said, it's over. We sat without knowing what to do. Suddenly, Bep got up and she began to wail and shake through her whole body. I stayed seated. I don't know why. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't comfort her. And Kleiman went to her. He said, here's my wallet. Go to the druggist on the Lelygracht. Don't give it to him. Simply display it to show that you know me. He's a friend of mine. Ring my wife and tell her what's happened here. And then beat it and don't ever come back. Ellie looked at me helplessly, wondering what to do. I said, get going, Ellie. She took off running and she didn't come back. That alerted us that there was no sentry at the door. A bit later, I heard Jan's footsteps. It was lunchtime. Before he could come in, I ran to the door with my sandwich, my ration book, my money, and my papers. I opened the door and said, "Jan, it's gone wrong here. Clear off." Off he went. There was simply no point in involving anyone else. The fewer people involved, the better. So, off he went. We sat there, Kleiman and I. He looked at me. And because it was still possible to leave, he said, "Miep, there's still time. You can go." I said, "No, I can't. I'm going with you." So we sat there. A little while later, the door to the inner office opened, and it stayed open. Then someone came and called Kleiman in. Behind the door, a man was speaking in German. It had a very familiar sound. He spoke with an accent. That much was clear. When Kleiman returned, the gravity of the situation became clear. At least how dire it was. He said, "Miep, see that you stay out of it. Salvage what you can here." He was taken away. I thought, yeah, that's easier said than done. He was taken away. I thought, yeah, that's easier said than done. Meanwhile, the small man with the revolver had returned. He sat down opposite me at Pep's desk and rang for an extra van. They hadn't expected to find so many people. He left the door open. In the hall, I heard the German issuing orders. Finally, I recognized the accent. He spoke with a Viennese accent. I was born in Vienna. I came here at the age of 11. I've completely assimilated. When I heard that, I thought, I've got one chance. I'm going to take it. And I did take it. He marched in. Before he could utter a word, I stood erect. Germans are accustomed to that. I said, "You're from Vienna?" "Me too." I said it rather cheerfully. The man was shocked so utterly that he just stood there, staring. He could never have imagined that he would meet a fellow Austrian here. He closed the door and rounded on me. He was hunched. He was going to let me have it. He said, "Papers." I gave them to him, identity papers. He looked at them, thrashed them against my face, and started to swear. "Have you no shame helping Jewish scum? You're a traitor to your country. Your crime demands the highest penalty. I think you know what that is." I didn't answer. What's the point of speaking to someone like that? I stood at attention. He seethed with anger. He paced the length of the room, swearing at me, but I didn't respond. At a certain moment, he paused. He sized me up with a more mild gaze and said, "As far as I'm concerned, you can stay. But if you ever leave, we'll seize your husband." I made a blunder then, but it came out all right. I was so angry that I said, "You keep your hands off my husband." He's got nothing to do with this. It's my affair. He said, don't be so foolhardy. He's up to his neck in this. He said, I'm leaving now, but I'll be back to check if you're still here. I thought, you can be bloody sure I will. I'm staying come what may. The thing was, I understood what Kleiman had meant. Me see that you stay out of it. Salvage what you can here. If one Christian remained in a house where the Jews had been, only the property of the Jews was removed. Christian property remained intact. So the business remained intact. The stocks and the equipment remained. Otherwise, 4 days later, everything would have been appropriated as the house was closed. The thought was, if she stays, the business can be saved. It was August of 1944. Anyone of any intelligence could see that the Germans were losing the war. I don't know what went on in the annex, since I was obliged to stay at my desk. He closed the door and departed. Later, I heard them all trudging down the stairs. In the interim, they were allowed to pack, and then they descended the stairs. I couldn't go to the window. I was compelled to stay here. I did so. We went upstairs then, to the Franks' bedroom. Bep and I saw lying on the ground the pages of Anne's diary. We saw scattered pages. That's Anne's diary. Gather it up, I said. Bep just stood there gawking. I said, pick it up. Pick it up. Take it. We preserved it as carefully as possible. We were stunned. We gathered it together and went downstairs. I said, what now, Bep? She said, you're the oldest. You should keep it. I said, okay. I took it and put it in my desk. I locked up, or at least closed, the door. And that's where it remained until Mr. Frank returned. That winter was particularly cruel. North Holland had been cut off by the Germans. Still, one had to manage to find food. People would scrounge for food in any way they could. Liberation Day. We took newspapers and old rags to the Rheinstraat and set them alight. We danced and staggered around. We embraced complete strangers. Such was our joy at being liberated. We were hopeful then. Because of his work for the city, Jan was posted at the station. His job was to register those returning from the concentration camps. He asked everyone, do you have any news of Mr. Frank? No, no, no. Then one evening, Jan came home and said, I got good news for you, Miep. Otto's on his way here. We lived on the ground floor. We stared outside. He scarcely said it when Mr. Frank approached and rang the doorbell. I ran to the door. He came in. I said, where's Edith? Edith won't be coming back. I still have hope for the children. You can imagine how happy we were to have him back. I always sorted the post in the office and brought it to him. I sorted it and gave him what I had. He took it. Suddenly an icy silence descended, a silence which still speaks. I looked up. He'd gone bone white. He gave me this letter. Here, read it. I hereby declare that Anne Frank and Margot Frank perished in the camp Bergen-Belsen, where I worked as a nurse. Mrs. M. Brandes Brillers Slijper. I stood up then. And opened my desk drawer. I gathered up every volume of the diary and presented them to Mr. Frank with the words, "This is the legacy of your daughter, Anne." Time and again he would say to me, "Miep, come here. Look at what that child has written." That was troublesome for me. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't stand to read it. I was afraid. I don't know why. I said, "Sure, I'm coming." I was afraid. I don't know why. I said, "Sure, I'm coming." When the first edition was printed, he said, "Miep, you should read the book." I said, "Sure, I will." When the second edition was printed, Mr. Frank got angry, said, "Read it now. I want you to." I said, "Okay, I'll read it when I'm alone, so I can weep and wail as I please." I read through to the end. I have to admit, I was happy. It was like having them all back again. It wasn't the frightful task I'd imagined it to be. I was relieved, but more than that, I was happy. I could even hear their voices again.
As you've never endured a war, I'll tell you our wishes for when we emerge from hiding. Margot and Mr. Van Pels want to have a hot fall bath. Mrs. Van Pels wants to go and eat cream cakes. Feather only wants his Charlotte, and Mother her cup of coffee. Peter wants to go to the cinema. And I? For sheer joy, I wouldn't know where to begin.
Let me join my colleagues in welcoming you to a very special evening each year in the university's calendar, an evening where we remember the extraordinary achievements of an alumnus of this university, Raoul Wallenberg, but beyond that, honor individuals that have demonstrated the same courage, the same commitment, the beliefs, the humanitarian principles that have characterized this extraordinary person. Before introducing this year's recipient of the Raoul Wallenberg Medal, let me first introduce Professor Ralph Wolfswinkel from the University of Cape Town, a noted historian on the Holocaust and an expert on Anne Frank. This evening we are to honor with the Wallenberg Medal Miep Gies, widely known and admired, as Professor Butter has indicated, for her efforts in helping to hide the Frank family from the Nazis during the Second World War. Beyond that, in protecting and making available to our culture the diary of Anne Frank, her papers, which have continued to remind us and always lodge in our memory the great horror of that time, but as well the courage that it represented. Miep Gies is modest about her fame. As she puts it herself, "I am not a hero. My story is a story of very ordinary people during extraordinary times. It is for all of us ordinary people all over the world to see to it that times like this never come again." Her wartime experiences are movingly recounted in her book, Anne Frank Remembered, the story of the woman who helped to hide the Frank family. It gives me great pleasure, it is indeed an honor, to present the Raoul Wallenberg Medal to Miep Gies and to present her to you.
Ladies, gentlemen, and children, I'm deeply moved by the warm welcome you extended to me, and I am very grateful for all courtesies. For me, the best thing, however, is to meet people who share my views about our human duty to help those who are in trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not look up to me. It does embarrass me very much. Kindly consider yourself to be my equal in providing support to all who live in fear and pain. People often ask why I found the courage to help the Franks. Yes, it certainly requires some courage, some discipline, and also some sacrifice to do your human duty. But that is true for so many things in life. Therefore, this question always surprises me, because I simply could not think of doing anything else. So why these questions? Step by step, I started to understand that many people wonder why they should assist people who are in trouble, because when we are young, we are told by our parents that if we behave all right, everything in life will work out fine. So, people who have a problem must have made a serious mistake. Why should we then help them? It would mean a form of social injustice to help them. Those people should receive what they deserve. During the war, you often heard people say that Jews would never be in such a deep trouble if they had not done something wrong. I knew that many people in Holland were thinking that way. So I decided not to tell my friends and family about my decision to help the Franks. Because for the felt, several of them would say that Jews should solve their own problems and that it was unwise to risk my life for people who did not deserve that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you ever decide to help people who are in trouble, you need the courage to face the opposition of many of your friends and family members. They might even be wrong with you. When I wrote my book, it is published in English, I felt it should not be written in Dutch because I did not want to provoke those who had not helped the Jews. So, if we're not just a German, I was afraid of. No, also my own neighbors could go to the police, not because they were Nazis, no, simply because they did not like what I was doing. An important reason that I helped was because I do not believe that people who are in trouble have always done something wrong. I knew that from my own life. I'm born an Austrian girl. I grew up in Vienna and lived through the First World War that started when I was 5 years. I was always a good girl, at home and at school, my mother said. But I remember that at this age of 10, I did not get enough food. I still feel the pain of being hungry, always. I still remember the shock that I had to leave my home in Vienna, to go to Holland in order to receive from a serious lung disease. Did I deserve that? No, I was innocent. So very young, I discovered that you can be in trouble without that you can be blamed for it. I felt the same to be true for the Jews. Therefore, whatever others would like to say, I had to help. There was also another reason to do such. Many children grow up in families where they are told to mind their own business only. When those children become adults, they are inclined to look the other way if people ask for help. I myself lived very social-minded Dutch foster parents. They had already 5 children themselves and had to live from a modest salary, but still took me, a sick child, in their home. Whatever they had, they would always share with others. It made a deep impression on me. It made me feel I should do the same in my life. When I stand here in front of you, I am happy to meet with people who do a very important job. Many of you are professors teaching young people. Many of you are parents too. In my opinion, education is the best way to improve our world. Children should learn from us that people often do not get in life what they deserve. We should tell them that, for instance, most victims of poverty and discrimination are innocent. That, therefore, we must help. We should also tell our children that they should always share with others, and that caring about their own business only did lead to the death of 6 million innocent Jews, among them Anne Frank. I feel very strongly that we should not wait for our political leaders to make this world a better place. No, we should make this happen now, in our homes and at our schools. We sometimes hear about people who deny the Holocaust, even people who carry the title professor, prevent that a destruction of Jews never took place. I wonder, why did these professors study themselves? Because their evidence is overwhelming. We should always remember the victims of the Holocaust. We should never forget them. I myself always think of Edith Frank, her daughters Margot and Anne, the family van Daan with Peter and the dentist van Dussel. These were the names Anne gave them. The true names were Van Pels and Pfeffer. Also the helpers got other names from Anne, except for me. Why did she decide to use my own name? The answer I will never receive, but it touches me very much. It gives me the feeling that she felt too close with me to alter my name. Including Jan, my husband, we were a total of 5 helpers: Ellie, Koophuis and Kraler. Each had an own task. In the morning I had, as first one, to enter the hiding place in order to pick up the shopping list. When I came in, nobody spoke, just standing in line and waiting for me to begin. An awful moment for me, because it reflected the dependence on us, the helpers. They would silently look up to me, except for Anne, who in a cheerful tone used to say, "Hello, Miep, and what is the news?" Her mother disliked this very strongly, and I knew that the other people in hiding would afterwards blame Otto and Edith for their what would call proof of a too liberal education. What me struck most about Anne was her curiosity. She asked me always about everything that went on outside. Anne was also an extremely charming girl. I say girl, but talking to her gave the surprising impression of speaking to a much older person. No wonder, because the special condition in the hiding place make her change very quickly from a child to a young adult. I did not pay much attention to these, because there were all the other things, like the danger, and my daily care for 11 people. Me and my husband, 8 in the attic, and also a student, no Jews, wanted by the Germans and who we were hiding in our home. He survived. Every year, on the 4th of August, I close the curtains of my home and do not answer the doorbell and the telephone. It is the day that my Jewish friends were taken away to the death camp. I have never overcome that shock. Why did these wonderful people meet such a cruel fate? I loved and admired them so much. During more than 2 years, they had to leave 8 people in a small place. They had little food. They were not allowed to go out, not one day. They could not speak to their friends and relatives. On the top of that came the fear, every hour of the day and night. I have no word to describe these people who were still always friendly and grateful. Yes, I do have a word. Heroes. True heroes they were. People sometimes call me a hero. I do not want that, because I told you already that those in hiding were the brave people. I also don't like it because people should never think that you have to be a very special person to help those who need you. I myself, I'm just an ordinary woman. I simply had no choice. I could foresee many, many sleepless nights and a miserable life if I had refused to help the Franks. Yes, I have wept countless times when I think of my dear friends, but still I'm happy that these are no tears of remorse for refusing to assist those who were in trouble. Even if help might fail, it is better to try than to do nothing. I'm grateful that I could save Anne's diary. When I found it, scattered all over the floor, I stole it. I decided to stow it away in order to give it back to Anne when she should return. I wanted to see her smile, receiving the diary. I wanted to hear her say, "Oh, Miep, my diary, wonderful." But after a terrible time of waiting and hoping, word came that Anne had died. At that moment, I went to Otto Frank, Anne's father, the only one of the family who had survived, with the words, "This is what Anne has left. Can you understand how this man looked at me? Lost his wife, lost his 2 children. He had a diary." I pushed him out of my office. "Please, go to your private office." After an hour, he phoned me, "Miep, I don't want to see anyone." My answer was, "I have taken care for it." Otto in turn gave the diary of Anne to the world, and I feel that this was the right decision. We often wonder about the true meaning of Anne's writings. I think it depends on the situation of the person reading it. Young people may look at Anne as somebody who in a wonderful way described the same feelings, the same fears, the same question these young people have. Anne becomes a friend because they don't feel so lonely anymore. Adults who read the diary may be surprised about Anne's wisdom. Even Otto Frank had no idea about the deep thoughts of Anne. He always said to me after the war, Miep, her deepest thoughts, her inner self, was also for me a closed book. He loved Anne dearly. He must have given her the feeling that he looked at her as just a child. So she kept her ideas for herself, afraid that she would not be taken seriously. So what about our children? Do we really respect them? And do we really listen to them? Under our room, they may feel just as lonely as once Anne. Other people who read the diary may be in trouble and feel depressed, almost unable to carry on their lives. Then they realize that Anne was in deep trouble too, but still wrote her a diary with ideas and hopes for the future. For these people, Anne might be a stimulus to never give up. I myself found in the diary remarks that give me a lot to think. Once, Anne wrote about that simple little word, why. Anne admits that she herself always asks why, although people got very tired from all her questions and often did not know the answer themselves. Anne writes that she therefore started to ask herself why, and surprisingly often found the answer within her inner self. And considered it's wise to always ask yourself why in all you do, because people search their minds for the reason of their action if it will make them more honest about themselves. Anne feels this a good way for children to educate themselves. Then they will understand their mistakes much better than any punishment ever would do. Otto urged me to read the diary, but in the beginning I refused. I was afraid. I had always an excuse, because I had lost the way in my life. I could not accept the reality. It was too much for me. Still more pain. But after the third education of the diary, Mr. Frank said to me, and now you read it. You insult me and Anne. But when I finally started to read it, all my dear friends came back to me. I heard their voices, their laughs, their arguments. it was really wonderful. Of course, I wept a lot while reading, but basically I felt happy. Anne and all the other people were with me again. Thank you, Anne. I thought you gave me one of the finest gifts life ever gave me. I have been asked several times to tell my side of the Anne Frank story. I always refused that because I felt that Anne's diary told everything we should know. But then I met Alison Gold, an author from Los Angeles. She asked me the same question, but also said something I had no thought of myself. Anne, she said, is telling her story from her side of the hiding place, and you, Miep, should tell how it was outside at the time in Amsterdam. Still, I wondered whether I should be the one to do that, because many others can tell about the life in Holland in those days and about the Jews they helped. That is true, Alison said, but how do I know I'm told the truth? Your story I can check against Anne's diary. And so I gave in, and Alison helped me to get everything on paper in a proper way. It was not an easy decision, believe me, but reading the many letters I daily receive, I feel it was the right one. As I told you, I am born an Austrian girl. For a long time, I was deeply ashamed of my home country. My biggest joy was on the day that I became a Dutch citizen. Then I felt free to hate all Germans and Austrians because of what they had done to my Jewish friends. Right after the war, the business of Otto Frank, where I worked as a secretary, was still carried out in the old building. After the diary was published, people started to visit the place, also Germans and Austrians. Because my boss knew about my blind hate towards them, he would never let me near them. He shut the door when the Germans came in my office. But one day, fate caught me, and how? When I suddenly discovered that I faced Germans, I jumped at them, calling them everything I could think of. I was furious. The visitors were clearly afraid of me and backed off to the wall. I also saw that their wives were taking position in front of their husbands. Yes, trying to protect them from a violent outburst. I really had my go at them. But then I was told that these German people had been in concentration camps themselves for opposition Hitler. I did not know where to look and how to make good for it. At that moment, I began to understand the wisdom of Otto Frank, who always said that we should never lump people together, but always look at each of them personally. We all make our own decision, Otto said. Even parents and their children act all differently. If we do not realize that, we could make the same mistake millions of Germans once made. Hitler had a movie shown of a very selfish Jew. The eternal Jews. As a result, most Germans believe that all Jews were that way. And so Hitler got the help he needed to kill 6 million innocent Jews. Therefore, Otto Frank insisted that we should stop talking about the Jews, the Germans, the Arabs, the Asian, or whatever. Lumping people together is racism, Otto said. It led to the Holocaust and still destroyed countless lives today, like, for instance, in Bosnia and many other places. So now I'm lost. Yes, I've lost it. That is terrible. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will hold my heart for spending your time with me. I would like to thank the university, the president and the Wallenbergs committee bestowed on me, particularly President Ruderstadt, Hélène Didier, Chair of the University Wallenberg Committee, and Irene Butter for their kind words. Also, I feel very grateful for the help Professor Rolf Wolfwinkel gave me these days, and who was always a wonderful travel companion to me. It has been wonderful. And I thank you very much. I thank you.
So I'm going to tell you part of my story, and mainly about Anne Frank. She was my best friend. That's in the beginning and in the end. And in the middle, I tell you about 3, I call it miracles. I have a little sister, she's 12 years younger as me, so she's little. And she survived 2 concentration camps. And that is in the middle, in the whole story. And I think it's quite interesting. My sister lives here in the country, near Tel Aviv. She has, at the moment, today, this Shabbat, there was bar mitzvah, and I couldn't go because I was sick last week. She has 4 children, and you will not believe, she has, at the moment, 23 grandchildren. So that's not bad, and I'm very happy I could help to save her. But that's not right. She saved me, and I saved her. Because I couldn't say in the concentration camps, that's it, I have no strength anymore, I want to die. No, I had to be with my little sister. She was born 1940 in midst of the war, and we were, when she was very, very small, in the camps. Okay, that's my sister. But we have to begin with my father, that was born in Germany, in Hanover, and he was brought up in an all-assimilated Jewish family. And in the first, thanks a lot, in the First World War, 1914-18, he was sent as a German soldier to Poland. And then he already was an economist and a journalist. He was not so young anymore. And in Poland, he, for the first time, he was a single child. He met these big, big religious families. And he was so, how do you say, he liked it so much that when he came back from Poland to Germany after the war, he went to be a religious man. He got a very good job as an advisor to the Minister of Domestic Affairs in the German government before Hitler. And he would not work at Saturday because now he went to be a religious man. And Sunday, Saturday would come, would see what came in with the mail, would go to synagogue, and Sunday, all alone, he would sit in the German office and work. Okay, but that stopped the moment Hitler came to power, and the whole government had to step down, and with them my father, but he, as a Jew, was not taken back. And then he understood he has to leave Germany. I was then a single child. I was 3.5 years old, and my mother and me, with my father, went to England. England sounds very good, there were no concentration camps. In England, he got a wonderful job offered with Unilever. But the moment, you know Unilever, Taster's Choice coffee and so on and so on. But the moment he told them that he cannot work at the Saturday, at Shabbat, they said, goodbye, we don't need you. And then my parents could go or to America, or in the other direction to Holland, or to this country, then under British mandate. And they did the wrong thing, they went to Holland. But who could know 1933 or 4, what will be very, very quick afterwards. In Holland, they rented a very small 3-room apartment, and there, in that where we lived, my father opened a little office, and the purpose was to help all the refugees, he was sure the Jewish refugees that will come from Germany to Holland. He took in a lawyer, also a refugee, and my mother, that was a teacher, went to be the secretary in that little office. First week in Holland, mother takes me where? To the grocery shop. And there we met another lady, also a refugee, with her little daughter, and it was Mrs. Frank with her daughter Anne. First week in Holland. It came out, we lived entrance next to entrance, and several days later, when mother brought me to kindergarten, I didn't know anybody, I didn't know the language, I wanted to go home. And then I saw that little girl from the grocery shop. I saw only her back. She made music at little bells. And when she finished with her music on the little bells, she ran in my arms, and that was it. From that moment, we were good friends. And through us, our parents, and we lived entrance next to entrance, so we did everything together. All Jewish holidays always were in our home. By example, Yom Kippur, you know what's Yom Kippur? I would find there, my mother wanted to fast, we had now a religious home, and that with 12 years you have to start to fast, so till I was 10, 11, I was sent with sandwiches to Frank family. I would find Mr. Frank and Anne at home, and Mrs. Frank and her older sister Margot, 3 years older than Anne, would go to synagogue and fast. And Mr. Frank and Anne would fix the food. I would eat with my sandwiches and go again to synagogue. One day we didn't go to the Franks, but we did go to the Franks and not in our home, 31 of December. Not a Jewish holiday at all. But it's not forbidden to have a little party, and the Franks had 4 couples also invited, my parents also. Anna and me, we were at a non-Jewish school, at a Montessori school, so there was vacation. And I could play with Anna the day before, the day after, and sleep over. And at night, at 11:45, we would get a donut or something, and that was it. So we really everything did together. Even vacation, Anna came often with us. I couldn't eat there, it was not kosher, but she would come to our home, vacation we would take her, and so on and so on. Look, the houses were quite different. My parents finished university. Mr. Frank was a businessman, a very, very nice man. Really, my kids were crazy with him. You know, did you all read the diary? I hope so. If not, you can do it still. And Mr. Frank was the only one that survived. And he very often came to this country with his second wife to visit. And my kids liked him very, very much. Every night he would drink beer. My father never drank beer. And I didn't know it can stream over. So he always was joking with us. He would put a little in his glass, he would put a little more, but he always stopped in time. And that is the only nice thing I remember of him. Mrs. Frank, look, I didn't meet her after the Holocaust, so I was a little girl. I cannot tell you a lot about her. Every girl had a profession at that time, also Jewish girls. But in Holland she didn't work, so I don't know what she learned at all. I have no idea. She was a very good housewife, and that's it. Cannot tell you anymore. The Margot, the 3-year-older sister, she was something special. Every mother would like such a girl at her home. She was very obedient, excellent at school, and very nice looking. And Anna and me, we were exactly the other way around. Anna always wanted attention. And to get attention, she could do something, please, please don't try. She could take out her shoulders out of the socket. And if you couldn't see it, but you would hear it, it would go by knack, 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 knack. And everybody would look at her, and then she was really very, very happy. She also had always a notebook with her. We were at the Montessori school, and there was no homework. That was a nice thing. But we had, after so-and-so time, we had to go out in the garden for the breaks, and Anna tried to stay inside, took out her notebook, would shield like this, and would write and write and write. And if somebody dared to ask, what are you writing, what was her answer? Not of your business. So we don't know what she was writing. Look, the famous diary, she only got 3 weeks before they went into hiding. So it was not that. But Anna also left us very nice little stories. And, you know, I had the little book in Dutch, I still have it, 50, 60 years. But I found it in English not so long ago. And I was looking Saturday at home. There was one story, I really was amazed to see it. There was written, Anne Frank, 15 years old. That will say she was already in hiding. And very short, it goes like this. Why are we not nice with poor people? And if by accident we hurt them at their feet or so, We even don't say always sorry. Look, a little girl, 15 years old, in hiding, about what is she thinking? I was amazed, really. I don't know if I would have thought about these things. Wonderful. Okay. And then we really, everything we did together. And my mother always would say about Anne, God knows everything, but Anne knows everything better. But then we come to 10th of May 1940. We had a 5-day war with Germany. The big German army occupied Holland in 5 days. And the Dutch couldn't fight anymore. The old city of Rotterdam was burned out, and the Germans let the Dutch know tomorrow it's Amsterdam, so they gave in, and that was it. Again, in the beginning, it took a little time till things changed. They wanted the Dutch to like them. And look, in Poland, the first day when they occupied Poland, it started with the laws against the Jewish people. And in Holland, they were not so sure. They knew Polish people don't like Jewish people. And in Holland, they were not so sure. But at the end, we know today, there was a lot of help to Jewish people, but there was much more help to the German people. And what we also know only now, with all the research work, the Queen from Holland, with most of her ministers, fled to England in these 5 days of war. And she could speak to the people in Holland by the BBC. The BBC was enemy, so general people were not allowed to listen to the BBC, but some did. And we Jewish people, we didn't have a radio anymore, because quite in the beginning, all Jewish people had to give in to the authorities 3 things: radio, telephone, and bicycles. So we couldn't listen to the BBC. But today we know that the Queen never mentioned you could or you should help your Jewish friends or brothers. And that's very sad, because much more people would have thought about helping or could have helped. But she never mentioned it. And we thought that she likes all her people equally. I cannot say why she didn't. Okay, so that's very sad. And at that time, nobody put attention to that. And then it starts quite quick with all the laws. First, everybody in Holland got an identity card. But we Jewish people got a big J printed inside for Jew. Then we got to wear a yellow star. So we had 2 things to identify us. We had to leave, all the Jewish children had to leave the school. There were open Jewish schools for Jewish children and Jewish teachers only, somewhere in the city. This school was 7 minutes walking for us, but no, we had to leave. We had a very nice, headmistress. She was crying when we had to leave, but she could do nothing. And every day there was a new law. We couldn't buy any more in any shop, only in Jewish-owned shops, and only from 3 to 5. That will say that the Christian vegetable seller could sell everything till 3 o'clock. Then the Jewish shop owner could buy the leftovers and sell them to us till 5 o'clock. We had to be at home at night at 8 o'clock till 6 in the morning. And then the SS, German police, could come with a list, without a list, and take everybody they wanted at that night. Everybody was at home. And so on and so on. Our money. Look, my father was a refugee, so we didn't have money. But he worked with refugees, but now there were no refugees anymore. And I only lately remembered where we did live from these years. My father knew a Christian Italian man that he made ice cream. And now the ice cream was made in our kitchen, and he sold it in the street. So we had a little bit money to live with. And even the rich people The whole money went to a Jewish bank, Lippmann Rosenthal, and they couldn't take. Everybody could take every month only a little amount. So if you wanted to go into hiding, you need money. You cannot go to a family you never met before for 1 year, 2 years. It was, some people were more than 3 years, and you don't pay them. They have to buy food. And look, we all had ration cards. But if you are in hiding, you don't have a ration card because you are not existing. And then, how can you go into hiding? So only people that look that they have money left or somewhere, I don't know, could really go into hiding, or they had family members or something. So it was not so easy. My family couldn't go into hiding for all other reason. First thing, we didn't have money. But I come to this immediately again. Mr. Frank, that also only lately I saw in one of the books, why had he money to pay? He was in hiding in his own office. And so at night, or in daytime, I don't know, he made the office work. And so he had some money. That was for them a big help, and for him it was luck. And at night in 1942, the Germans would come and take a whole family. And you couldn't do anything, and you hoped to look, we didn't know, there was no television, no rumors, there were rumors. But rumors you cannot believe always. And we didn't know what will happen, and people hoped they will stay together, they will work hard, and that's it. And later it came out that people that were taken already, in the beginning, were allowed to write a postcard every 2 weeks with 25 words. And if you are somewhere in Germany and the old lady is already dead and the baby is already hungry and dead and daddy is working very hard, you cannot write to your family members in Holland what's happening, because then this postcard doesn't arrive, never. So the weather is wonderful and we are healthy and that's it. And so we really didn't know what is going on. And Mr. Frank started very silently and fixed a hiding place, but we didn't know. These were things you never could speak with anybody, because the Germans could torture you, and then you would tell things you never would have told to anybody before. Mr. Frank also very often worked at Sunday. You know, the Anne Frank house today, the big museum, is in the office of Mr. Frank, where he was working. And very often, if I was lucky, Mr. Frank took me also with Anne to the office. Big fun. We would take water, put on the people in the street. We would play with the telephones. We would play with the stamps and so on. I liked it going there. But 1940, my little sister was born. I was exactly 12 years old. My mother dreamed of having a big family, but as you see, it didn't work like she wanted. And now, Sunday, Anne and her sister would come to our home, would look how my mother makes a bath for the little baby, and then very happily we would walk, all three of us, with a carriage. And that was always fun. But now we come to the year 42. We have the end of the school year. Anne and me were 1 year, the 7th grade, in this Jewish school. We had to go from the elementary school. And we have the big vacations. There was a little festivity in end of June. And beginning of July, I want to go over. We lived next door. I want to play with Anne. Till now we were playing in the streets. That was much too dangerous now. And I ring, nobody opens the door. I ring for the 3rd time. They had a tenant. He lived under the roof. So very slowly he came down and opened. What do you want? I come to play with Anne. We have vacation. Ah, you don't know? The Frank family left for Switzerland. So today we all know they didn't leave for Switzerland. They were in hiding in her daddy's office in Amsterdam. It was much too dangerous. They were not allowed to go with a train, and you cannot walk from Amsterdam to Basel. I believed him at the moment because Mr. Frank's mother lived in Switzerland, and every 2 years she came to visit, and I knew her very well. And so they are on their way to Switzerland. They left a note to look for the cat, and that was it. I want to go home, and at the way home I met my boyfriend. At this beginning of July 42, Margot Frank was 16, Anne and me 12, and my boyfriend 15. My boyfriend says, I came to say goodbye, I got an order, I have to go tomorrow morning to a working camp in the East. That is always what they told us, you are going to a working camp in the East. They never told us we are killing all of you with gas in Auschwitz, no. And that sounds a little different. But this group, that was the first time that when they didn't come at night and took a whole family, that they sent 400 orders to 15, 16-year-old boys and girls. And that was very hard for the parents, because in the beginning they all thought we are staying together. But now to send a 15-year-old girl somewhere you don't know well, and she got an order to bring shoes for Shabbos, for Shabbat, shoes for Sunday, me who had needed shoes not to work, and to bring 6 handkerchiefs and this and this and this. If the Germans will come again, we will tell them, my son, my daughter works already for you. Isn't that enough? No, it was never enough. And they had to go. And this group of young people, never heard of them again. They all were sent to Mauthausen. Mauthausen is in Austria. Austria, you say? Northwest from Linz. It was one of the worst camps that there were. There you had, stairs, and people were thrown down, and awful. In my whole life I met 3 people that survived Mauthausen. Anne's boyfriend Peter, he, after being in Auschwitz, and we come to this, was sent with the death marches when the Russians came nearer. He was sent to Mauthausen. He arrived beginning of May, and the Americans liberated the camp 8th of May, but he was not alive anymore. Well, Mauthausen was something maybe even worse than Auschwitz. I cannot say, I was not there, thank to God. But it was enough also without. Okay, so now my boyfriend has gone, or will go tomorrow morning. I go home, I tell my parents, Alfred Bloch was his name, he has to go tomorrow morning. And the Franks left for Switzerland. Much later I learned that Margot Frank was with this very first group that also got such an order, 16-year-old, and then Mr. Frank already for half a year fixed a hiding place, and he said no, now it's enough. Or we are staying together like it was till now, that's what we thought, and go all 4 of us to a working camp in the East, or we are all going into hiding, what I fixed for half a year. And that's what he decided, and we didn't know. We didn't know about the order, and we didn't know about the hiding place. And then they all together went into hiding in the office of Mr. Frank. I come home and tell my parents, why were we still at home? Look, I told you my little sister was born 1940. We had 3 very good hospitals, Jewish hospitals in Amsterdam, but my mother was afraid to go. The SS could come, could take out whom they wanted every day. So she gave birth at home. I told you she lives in this country, thank to God. And everything is okay, birth was okay, and so on and so on. And now in 42 my mother is pregnant. And what happened was she should give birth again in October 42. So my sister was 2 years old and I 14. And then this time everything went wrong. So first the baby was born and was not alive when he was born, and 2 days later my mother died. And now we had no mother and no protection, because in the year 42, in the beginning, there was something funny, I can say. If you were very, very lucky and you could get an extra stamp in your identity card, it would say, the Germans need you, and in meantime you are allowed to stay at home. One of these reasons was a pregnant woman. When the German SS at night came and he could see the woman is awaiting a baby, he was allowed to leave the family at home. And that was the only reason that we were still at home. And before I said we couldn't go into hiding. Look, a pregnant woman going into hiding, that's not fair. And in our case, my mother died. What would they have done? The Germans would have killed that family and us. So maybe it was luck we didn't go, but that we couldn't know. But so it was impossible. And now there was something else. The day after my mother died, the Germans can take us. We have no protection. There was another reason, women that could sew the uniforms for the German army. Also, they were allowed, most of them, in meantime. Everything was in meantime, to stay at home because the Germans needed them. And some other groups, okay, I don't know all of them. And now my father has to try to get a stamp. And we got a stamp. We got one stamp for two different things. And without that stamp, I would not sit here, and my little sister, not to speak about. It didn't help my father and my grandparents, it helped my sister and me. So what happened was like this. First reason, we arrived in Holland, 1933, with a German passport. A passport is expiring, but no clerk from Berlin will send a new passport to Jewish people in Holland. So no German passport anymore. And the Dutch, you had, at that time, I don't know how it's today, you had to live there for 10 years. And then only you could ask for a Dutch passport. So we, 33, 43 was occupation. In 1940 they occupied Holland. So we had not this and not that. We got a piece of paper that earlier we were German citizens and now we are without any nationality. And that's not healthy. Everybody needs a nationality. Now what happened was, my mother had a brother in Germany still. He was a law student and he needed a German-speaking university because he was not allowed to finish his learning in Germany. So Holland, he didn't come to Holland, he didn't know Dutch. That would be very complicated. He wanted still to go to Switzerland, and 1938 he still went to Switzerland. And in Switzerland, in 1942, you could, for a lot of money, my uncle, a refugee, a student, had to lend money, you could buy in one of the South American consulates a passport and buy a passport. There were bought about 500 passports. 20 and 250 went to Poland and 250 to Holland. My grandparents got a passport of Honduras, and my father, my sister, and me got a passport of Paraguay. The Germans knew exactly that we have nothing to do with Paraguay. But they accepted this because they hoped, they wanted a little group of Jewish people to set apart and one day to exchange us against German soldiers, prisoners of war by the English. And also the second reason we got this one stamp was the same, to exchange us. But it worked another way around. My father was not only an advisor to the Minister of domestic affairs in Germany before Hitler. He also was chief of the press. And that maybe helped us a little bit. He, before Hitler, could speak in the radio about Palestine. He could write in the newspapers, in the German and in the Jewish ones, about Palestine. He was one of the founders of the religious part of the Zionistic party, the Hapoel HaMizrahi, in the 20s in Germany. And he really wanted to come to this country, but a little later, nobody knew that Hitler will come to power. And my grandfather also was a very good speaker, a lawyer, and he would go also in what you do before elections, at night going into groups and speak for Palestine. And now there were negotiations in Switzerland, in Geneva, between the English and the Germans to make so-named Palestine exchange lists. But now everybody wanted to go to Palestine. Oh, that's impossible. Only people that had parents, brothers and sisters or children already here could get a place at this lists for exchange. We didn't have this. We had cousins here, but not this very near family members. But the people that made the list for exchange, for the list, that made the list for these people that maybe would want to be exchanged to Palestine, knew my parents and my grandparents very well, and put us without, I think my father didn't even try, because we didn't have family members, put us as so-named veterans at list number 2. And that was very, very important, because a year later, and we come to this, when we were already in a camp, there were 40 lists. I come to this again. And at one night, when the trains came for Auschwitz, the Jewish people have to ask the commandant from the SS, the leader, whom are we sending tonight? Because everybody had something not to go, like us. Then he said, I don't need 40 lists for exchange, I need only 2. And by big luck, we were not at list number 7, but at list number 2. Okay. But in the meantime, I am still at school. At school, every day, less children, and you never knew were they sick, were they taken, or were they really going into hiding. You could not know. So till April 43, I still went to school. At the end, we had 4 children in my class. But we always needed a girl to take care of my little sister and the household. And when girl number 3 was also taken to the camps, I had in April to stay at home. And that took till 20 of June 43. Then it was our turn. The Germans first, they took every Jew from the country Holland, emptied the ghetto, then the city Amsterdam, and we with a special stamp still were at home. We even didn't live in the ghetto. I cannot say why not. We had still Christian neighbors and Jewish that still were in freedom. And now, 20 of June 43, they called it a call-up, a razzia. The Germans, again, no rumors, no nothing, closed all of Amsterdam South and came with vans, with the Dutch police and German SS, and went from door to door. They closed all of Amsterdam South, did I say? And where they found a Jew, we all at home had also our star. We had 20 minutes time, 20 kilogram we were allowed to take, food and clothes, and to come down into the van. We had a very, very nice Catholic German neighbor. She lived downstairs. She had a sandbox. My little sister, we couldn't go nowhere. To go to a park was forbidden, coffee shop, everything was forbidden, Jews and dogs not wanted. And so she always said, come down for half an hour, play with her in the sandbox. My father would look out of the window. If he didn't see any German soldiers, I could go down for half an hour, and then we came home again. And this woman, very courageous, when the German men of the SS came, 20th of June, the morning, it was a Sunday at 10 o'clock or so, and then we had 20 minutes and 20 kilograms we could take, and she went to the man and asked him, I didn't see it. And I never heard it from her. When I came back after the war, other neighbors told me. Then she asked him, can I get at least the little girl? And he shouted at her, you, a Dutch Christian, you want a Jewish child? Aren't you ashamed? She said, I'm a German Christian and I'm not ashamed. The poor lady fainted, but she didn't get the little baby. This woman sent us a package later to the camp, and you know, she sent the package. Look, I took books, paper, and pencils. Professors maybe took. We took food and clothes and my prayer book. And this woman sent a book, and that was very nice. It was the only book for 2 years and 2 months that I could read. It was about the very first registered nurse in this world, an English woman, Florence Nightingale. And so that was the only book I had till the end was at the toilet. We had no paper. But I could read it and read it again. And after the war, I went to be a nurse. And I told her, if you had sent a book about teachers, maybe I would have been a teacher. But it was about nurses, and so I went to be a nurse. Okay. A very nice lady. And then we go with the van. We were brought to the railway station, and there the cattle cars were waiting for us. The moment the cattle cars were full, we were brought to the Dutch transit camp to the east. And tomorrow you will not see only one picture, I think, about Westerbork. I don't know why. It's mostly Poland, Poland, Poland. From Westerbork, I think there's one picture or not one. So we were sent to the camp Westerbork. From Westerbork were sent 97 trains to the east. 5 with my family to Bergen-Belsen, that's in Germany, between Hamburg and Hanover. 14 to Sobibor, and all the others to Auschwitz. Westerbork was not the worst of camps. And in Westerbork we had an orphanage. Why do you need an orphanage if you want to send everybody to death? Look, my sister and me were brought to this orphanage because we arrived without a mother. And these children, there were, when we arrived in June 43, about 200 children maybe. These children were not all orphans. Look, the Frank family went into hiding, and the girls were told, everybody was told, downstairs is an office, nobody is allowed to hear you. From 9 to 5, when there is the office open, you have to go on socks, you have to whisper. And in the toilet, not to take down the water. After 5 o'clock, Miep, the very fine woman that helped Mr. Frank, came up and would tell them, now you can be a little more free. Okay, but what are families doing if they have a baby or a very little child? A baby is crying once a day, once a week, even once a month. Impossible. People down will hear it because you went into hiding somewhere. The houses have floors, and if somebody hears, oh, there lived an old couple, they didn't have grandchildren, so what baby is crying? They phoned the SS, and they even got, I think, $7 for every Jew they gave in. So it was worthwhile. And now what are the families doing? They have to divide the family. The little children and the babies were brought to farmers. Farmers have not a house with floors. Farmers have a little house. And if the lady, the woman from the farmer wanted to take care of this kid, then nobody in the next house will hear if it is crying. But the German SS people also went to look in the farmers' houses. And then, in the midst of the country, they find a little baby. What to do with it? They brought it to Westerbork in the orphanage. And that's an all other very, very sad chapter. Very often these children came back without parents, because the parents were found and the children not, and also the other way around. I knew a very nice couple that came back. They were not found and the children were found. And today in Holland you can meet very nice people and maybe they are our children. Because also not everybody was told that he is Jewish. And so now I come in this orphanage to work with the little children, and she got sick after a week. She got very, very sick. She got an ear infection. Today you get your antibiotics, you go to the ear doctor, and after 4 days everything is forgotten. Antibiotics we didn't get, and there was pus. And the pus started to stream, and she needed an operation. Because if you don't get an operation, the pus will go to the other direction, to your brain, and then she would have died of blood poisoning. My grandfather found a friend of his, a very good ear surgeon, and he was willing, under these very primitive circumstances, to make the operation. There was a little hospital, but almost without medicine. And the whole 8 months in Westerbork, she was in this hospital. The operation was made after 2 weeks in Westerbork, but the pus didn't stop. The operation was okay, the pus went on, and this little girl didn't want to eat. It was awful. And if you don't eat, the food was not tasty. But if you don't eat the little you get, and you get weaker every day, I call it a miracle that she is alive. I have to tell what happened in November. In November, my little sister in the hospital, I in the orphanage. These trains, these cattle cars, came every week. There had to be about 1,000 people inside. But sometimes, like us, people had such a stamp, and again we could stay in Westerbork in meantime. Everything was in meantime. And then the Jewish people that had to make themselves a list of the 1,000 people every week, that was very cruel, have to go to this commandant, Albert Gemmeker, and ask him, whom are we sending tonight? And at that night, the commandant answered him, I don't need 40 lists for exchange. I managed this before, yes? I need only 2. So I didn't have to go at this night, and maybe some 6 or 7 other kids from the orphanage. But all the others had to go at that night. And that was one of the saddest nights in my whole life. We had to make a little package with a sweater and some sandwiches, and we didn't know what will happen to them. And then we had a rabbi, he was blessing all the children, but you know what happened. We much later learned they were sent straight to the gas chambers. And so it happened that after the war I once met a very nice a couple that I didn't know, but the girl I liked very much, and every night in the orphanage I gave her a kiss. My sister was not with me, Karula Sarah Eva, and these people came back without the children, and I knew about it, so I had to tell them. So we have a lot of this kind of stories also. The orphanage very quick filled again, but now it's our turn, and we come to the second miracle of my little sister. In January 44, the commandant calls all the people to his office that have a passport of South America, North America, or England. And we also. and the people that were still in Westerbork with first and second list for exchange to Palestine. And then he told us, you are lucky people. You are not going to work in a working camp in the east. You are going to Bergen-Belsen, an exchange camp between Hamburg and Hanover. Nobody had ever heard of Bergen-Belsen. And there you have to wait. Everybody will be exchanged to his place. Yeah. We were some 4,000 people. 222 really were exchanged to this country half a year later. But that was it. There were some trying of exchanging us, but then there was bombing, and I don't know, so we couldn't be exchanged anymore. And then they also took only very old people, and so they were afraid not to take people that could fight here, or young soldiers also. Okay, so we were not with them. But now, to Bergen-Belsen were sent not at once, in January, February, March. My turn, and his grandmother, and father and sister. I said my grandfather died of a heart attack, I did say, in November, in Westerbork. So we were sent with transport number 3. We arrived in Bergen-Belsen quite okay. We had not a cattle car, we got a real car with sitting like human beings, a piece of bread. We felt very well. And Bergen-Belsen is not far from the Dutch border. Westerbork is not far from the German border. So we had some 6 hours or so, and that was it. Not like the poor people to Auschwitz, 3 days, 3 nights without sitting, and so on and so on. You will hear tomorrow. We arrived there, but there stood the SS people with dogs like this and were waiting for us. They didn't do anything to us, but since then I don't like dogs, not big ones and not small ones. You never knew, maybe they just want. And they had a rifle, but nothing. And later, when we could compare with other people from Auschwitz, we saw we even were at the beginning quite lucky. By exit, I have no number here, you can see. All the others got first a number. They didn't shave our head. They didn't take away our luggage. That was quite important. Look, what I brought from Holland, it was looking like drugs. Because in Westerbork, 8 months, we only had cold water to wash. And the things were not new. There was 3 years already a war. And a girl my age, 15, is growing and getting thinner. So, okay, but it was mine. We didn't get this striped clothes and the wooden shoes that didn't fit. But what was real important, there was no killing like in Auschwitz. My little sister stayed with me. Grandma stayed alive. My father was also over 55, 56 already, stayed alive at that moment. But now what happened was like this. Mothers with little children were allowed with a van to go the 7 kilometers to the camp. My sister was 3 years and 4 months, so we had to walk. But because of her big bandage, she still had a bandage, and I was not yet 16, we were allowed to come with the mothers and the little children. We came to the camp, we got a big barrack for 200 people and 2-story beds. And father and grandma had to walk and didn't arrive. And I didn't know what happened. After 2 weeks they arrived, but that I couldn't know today, yes? They were not there, and we were alone. And after 3 days, I got sick. I got jaundice. And jaundice, you see yellow eyes. And I was told tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, you have to go to an isolation barrack. My little sister, straight from the hospital, was brought to me to the train with a big bandage, smelling bad because there still was pus, very, very weak because she didn't eat really. I didn't know what to do. I cannot leave her with 200 people I don't know, and I cannot take her. I was crazy. And I cannot say, please be my babysitter. You have 3 children. You were so happy you are allowed to take care of them. And so I didn't know what to do. And then really God helped. I saw an older lady that I knew from Amsterdam, and she asked me, what happened? Why are you crazy? And when I told her, she said, maybe I can help you. And she helped. She brought a far family member, a lady of another city that I didn't know, a very religious Jewish lady. And why do I call it a miracle? Because she had 7 children. 2 boys with her husband and 5 girls with her. And she came and said, your father always helped everybody, now it's my turn. Tomorrow morning, before you go at 8 o'clock to the isolation barrack, my daughter, she was my age, she died 2 months ago here in the country, she came to take my little sister, and a whole month till I was healthy, they took care of my little sister. And that was something, because a little girl, not of your family, smelling bad and very weak, who today in New York will take? Nobody. Also in Jerusalem, maybe not. So it was really, I call it a miracle. And she always came to tell me how she was. And then my father came back to the camp after 2 weeks. So after work, he very often, they were next to us. It was a camp for men, camp for women, a gate between, and sometimes at night they opened the gate and the men could for an hour see the women. Then he had to go to my sister and then to come to me to the hospital. But okay, he was back again. And now the last miracle, and then we come to the end of the story again to Anne Frank. Look, we arrived in this Bergen-Belsen, a huge camp, but empty. There were some 1,000 people maybe, and we don't know. Some had striped clothes, some had a star. They were far away, and we from Holland were brought all at the end. So till this day, I think most came from Poland, but I don't know who they were. And we could never speak with them. By the liberation, in April 1945, there were 60,000 people in Bergen-Belsen, and 15,000 still died from typhus and malnutrition. The English liberated the camp and did a very good job, but it was too late for 15,000 people. But at this moment, we from Holland get all at the end, near an open field, near the barbed wire, 20 barracks for the people from Holland. And 1 barrack was already full. 1 barrack was full with Jewish people from Saloniki, Greece. And we came February, March 44. Just to tell you, the harbor in Saloniki was the only harbor in the whole world that never worked on Saturday, because 95% of the dock workers were Jewish. Don't worry, today it works at Saturday and not at Sunday. There are almost no Jewish people left in Saloniki. But now there were people with English passports and they were sent to Bergen-Belsen. The one with the Greece passport also went to Auschwitz. And these people from Saloniki, miracle number 3 for my sister, came with their rabbi. And this rabbi, like a priest that you have, doesn't have always the same community, and he was sent for 2 years to Berlin. And then he was a good friend of my father. And now they meet in Bergen-Belsen. So the man asked my father, what about this little girl with a bandage? And then he says to his wife, maybe you can help and save that little girl. Look, the wife of the rabbi for me had the best job. All these Greece people were now our bosses, and they had all the good jobs. What was the job of the wife of the rabbi? She got from the German authorities twice a week, not every day, don't overdo it, a little bowl with milk, and the milk was for the little children under 3 years. My little sister, in meantime, 3 years and 5 months old. No milk, only water. And you can understand, the lady had 2 children, her own, they got milk, okay? The boy was my age, and the girl was 9 years old. So they got milk, nobody asked. But every mother that had a little child of 3 years and a half or 3 years and 2 months went to this woman and begged her, I give you a piece of bread, I give you a sweater, please give me once a glass of milk. And she gave me the milk for my sister almost every time she got. The last 2 or 3 months there was no milk anymore. But in the beginning my little sister got 2 glasses of milk a week. And you can understand, such a little weak girl gets 2 glasses of milk or only water. It's exactly the difference between life and death. And thank to God, till 120 we hope she will be alive. And now we come to the end of the story. There is a big invasion in France. The English, the Americans come from the west to conquer Germany in June 1944, and the Russians came from the other side. The Russians were nearer, they came quicker. And the Germans, the SS, didn't want the Russians to see what they did to all these people in the camps. And they sent, as far as they could, all the people into Germany on very dreadful death marches. The people were sent all to one of the concentration camps, and there were some hundreds of them, or to factories, still to help to make munition to win the war. The people that were real dying, they could stay in Auschwitz. And some of them really were alive when the Russians liberated the camp. And Mr. Frank, look, they were taken with the very last train from Holland, 4th of September to Auschwitz. And the Russians were the first one to liberate the camps, 27th of January. Mr. Frank was alive. He was in a barrack for dying people, but he was still alive. And that Anne didn't know. So he survived. Mrs. Frank also was not sent, but she died beginning of January, as we later learned. Okay, so now we get in Bergen-Belsen, that's very far from Poland. I told you it's nearer Holland, the Netherlands. Every day new people. And these people, they arrived dead. They died like flies from typhus and from malnutrition, or one of them or both together. Look, if you live under these conditions, then everybody had lice. We had always like this 2 barracks, and in the middle, the 3rd barrack, there were the taps of the cold water, and there were no doors and windows, and there in the cold winter, not in Florida, we had to wash ourselves. And if you do that every day, then maybe you will die of pneumonia. And if you don't do it every day, you have lice. So we all had lice. But not only lice at your head. There were lice in the seams of the clothes, and some bigger ones in the wood of the beds. So it was awful. And these people from Auschwitz and from the other camps that came now to join us, they brought lice that were infected by typhus. And so that was the end, so started that so many died. Once I spoke to a group in America, and one lady afterwards told me, I was in Auschwitz, we didn't have lice. I don't know, I was not in Auschwitz. We got lice from these people, from where they came, they didn't tell us. And what shall I say, if you are so weak, you worked very hard for years, you have no medication, almost no food, and then you get typhus, you almost have no possibility to survive. I got twice typhoid. Typhoid is not typhus, and it was bad enough. I was for a whole year sick. But typhus, I don't think I would have survived. And my sister never did, not this and not that, thank to God. And now, one day we hear a rumor. Everything was full. People died like flies. We hear a rumor. There are coming 7,000 women from Auschwitz. But everything is full. And we see the Germans let build behind us. I told you we were at the open field. Big, big tents. And there they put these 7,000 women. That was about September 44. In November, a lot of them already died. There was a very cold and windy, rainy night, and all the tents blew down, and these poor women were sitting in the water. And we from Holland, that were nearest by with 20 barracks, got an order, 10 barracks to empty in 4 hours, and 10 barracks stay with us. Peter now had 2-story beds, we got a third one. And now these women are very, very near because the barracks were very near. But the Germans don't want us to speak with them, they don't want us to know what they suffered, and so on and so on. So they let build a big barbed wire between our 10 barracks and the 10 we had to give. We hear them. At the top of the barracks were German soldiers with a rifle. And it was not allowed to come near the fence. And they put round straw inside so we couldn't see them. We hear them, and we hear Polish and Czech. And these were languages we didn't know. Later we learned at the beginning there were between the 7,000 women, 40 women from Holland. I don't know how many were dead already, but them we didn't hear. They heard us, so they came maybe near the fence at the other side, because we were 85-90% from Holland. But so in February, from November to February, somebody told me, you know, your friend Anne Frank is here at the other side of the fence. And I got crazy. Anne Frank is in Switzerland eating chocolate with grandma. And now she is here, and even worse conditions than me. I couldn't believe. So at night, very cold and rainy night, I try to go as near as I can to the fence. And very careful I call over. And I was lucky, one of the Dutch ladies answers me. And who was this woman that answered me? The woman that was in hiding with Anne, Mrs. Van Pels. I knew her, we were not friends, but I knew her, we lived in the same neighborhood, and both families were friendly with Frank, so we met. And we half a minute only spoke, it was so dangerous. She said her name, and so I said my name. Said, oh, you want Anne? I said, yes, sure. And she only added, Margot, Anne's sister, I cannot bring. She is so weak, and it was very near, it was our own camp. She cannot walk this very little distance, but I bring Anne. And really there I stood and I waited, and after several minutes, a very, very weak and sad voice calls me, and it was Anne. First thing we both cried, and I said, how do you come here? I hoped you are in Switzerland. And we never went to Switzerland, much too dangerous. We were in hiding in Daddy's office, and we were betrayed. By the way, we don't know till this day who betrayed them. And then I told her that my mother died. She knew about the baby. She was not told about my mother. Miep didn't tell her. And my father was, it was beginning of February. My father died 25th of February. So he was very, very sick already. And I told her. And my little sister was healthy at that time. And Anna answers me, but I have nobody anymore. And that was not the truth, but she couldn't know. Her sister was very, very weak, but she knew some more days, no sister. The mother, I told you, had to stay in Auschwitz, was not sent with the girls to Bergen-Belsen. And later we learned she really died beginning of January, but Anna was sure she's dead. But her father, he was alive and she didn't know. Anna knew that everybody over 55 goes straight to the gas chamber. But it didn't work exactly like this always. There always arrived a group of 1,000 people. They didn't have time to ask, how old are you, how old are you, how old are you? They would look. And somebody could be 30 years old, but he looked very weak and he could not work anymore. He went to the left, and left was gas, but nobody knew. Mr. Frank, I told you, he was not so long in Auschwitz. From September to January, he looked healthy. So he was sick, but he looked that he still could work, maybe. And when he arrived, he was healthy. Later, he was sick, and the Russians came. So when he was healthy and he looked like he could work, they sent him to the right. And at that, Anna didn't take in her mind at all, because his age, 56. And he survived. And I was so sorry Anna didn't know, because she thought then that she is the last one of the family, and then you are not doing such a big effort if you know there's no one left. Then she asked me if I can help with some food. Look, there is at this world a Red Cross. The Red Cross has one single reason to exist, to help people in need. We didn't get anything from the Red Cross till February 45. And only we with the passports, the 4,000, I don't know how many were still left, 2,000 maybe. And we got 2 very little packages, like a little book. And we were not used to eat so much, so I had still something left. You had to be afraid it can be stolen, but I had something. And so I said, Anna, okay, come back in 2 days, we will see what I can do. After 2 days or so, I came with such a little thing. Everybody gave me something of the packages, and a glove and a sock. And when I hear Anna at the other side, and Anna, careful, I throw it over the fence. But I couldn't see her. The fence was high, the night was dark. And another hungry lady caught the package, because there were hundreds of them, hungry ladies. She ran away and didn't give her anything. And Anna was so angry, and she cried and she shouted, Anna, we do it still again. I had to calm her down. We did it once more. This time she caught the package, but it was the last time we could meet. We had 3 meetings. And then my father died. I didn't go out for several days. And when I came back to look where is Anna, everything was empty. The Germans moved again in Bergen-Belsen, people. The woman that answered me in the beginning, she died in another camp. Anna and Margot, we later learned, died in Bergen-Belsen, but I don't know where, not next to me. And so I didn't know anymore what is with Anna, and that is the end of my story with Anna. We still, so now my father died, I was alone, my sister, my grandmother was still alive. That I have to tell. When this one exchange was, in July, in summer, my grandmother was at the list, but my father was already sick. And she went to the man of the SS and she told him, I have 2 granddaughters, I cannot leave them alone. My son-in-law is very sick. And by this she didn't go. She could have waited for us here in the country. Pity she didn't do. She saved somebody else, but she died a month before the liberation. Very sad, yeah. Okay, but maybe every grandmother would have done the same. So now my grandmother dies end of March. We come to 11th of April. The 15th of April, the British liberated the camp. The camp, we already heard the cannons coming nearer. We didn't know from whom, but they were at the way to liberate us, and that we knew, that somebody, you saw it, you know, when the German soldiers had bad mood, it was good for us. If they had good mood, it was bad for us. So we saw they have very bad mood, and we knew these are not the Germans, these are the liberators. But the 11th of April, the nice German people, the SS ordered to come 3 very long trains. 2 of them were liberated by the Americans after 5 days from Bergen-Belsen, but I was in train number 3, and he was liberated only after 10 days by the Russians. And that was a big, big difference, because the Americans immediately very good gave care to the people. And with the Russians it was a little more difficult. And when we arrived there, first we couldn't speak with them. You needed a Russian soldier that knew Yiddish. We knew German. And then they got their orders from the officers also, if they were not an officer. And then they told us, here is a little village near the train, 2 kilometers or so. There you are allowed to stay in meantime. You may throw out the Germans, you may live next to them, what you want. My little sister and me with some other people, we had no strength. When we arrived, everything was full. I couldn't move any Germans and I couldn't move any Jewish people. And we were some 8 or so, we went back to the train. It was awful. We almost couldn't walk anymore. And then the Russians told us, look, here's another village, also very near, at the other side. But there you are not allowed to throw out anyone. They hoisted white flags. You have to find an empty house. And we found an empty house. All 10 of us, or how many we were. But the house of this man we found was not a farmer. And he was the mayor of the little village and a big, big Nazi. How do I know? He had at his wall light green wallpaper with dark green swastikas. I don't have Star of David at my walls. So, you know, he was, how would you say, a Nazi more than necessary. And that man saved us by not knowing. He would have liked to kill us. Oh, wow. I, after the war, visited there, and his daughter didn't want to give me a hand. I don't know, she was afraid I want her house or something. I don't know. It was very funny, the whole situation. But so I know from everybody he was a big Nazi. Why did he save our life? These people that were in the first village, they found in the cellar of these German farmers sour cream and butter and milk and cheese. And they didn't eat for years, and they fell over the food, and a lot of them died, and we don't know, was it the typhus or was it the eating too much? And we found this empty house of the man that was not a farmer. We only found not cooked potatoes. We could cook them, and there you are not dying from. So at least he didn't kill us. It's the first thing. I was so lucky. His daughter, they left. He died later on in the war, but the mother and the daughter were refugees. But she left a dress, so I could have a dress. That was wonderful. Okay, so now we had to live there for 2 months. The Russians took care of us. We were in connection with the other village. And then 2 American soldiers lost their way, and the Russians allowed them to make a long list of the people in these villages. And beginning of July, end of June, the Americans came with vans to take us out. And beginning 1st of July, we arrived back in Holland. We were brought to a castle at the border, and the first people we met were Nazis that the Dutch wanted to send back to Germany. That were the first people in this castle. But they were so ashamed from themselves, they closed themselves in a room and didn't bother us. But other people had very much trouble when they came back. And then we had an examination. I had to be in the hospital in this Maastricht. My little sister with others went back to Amsterdam. Mr. Frank was already back in Amsterdam. And there the Red Cross always published who came back. It were very little people, not a lot of people. And so he visited my sister. And then he came to see me, took him 8 hours, nothing worked in Holland, no bridges, nothing. And then he took care of us. So first time when he came, I was so happy. I said, do you know, maybe your daughters are alive somewhere in Germany. In February I met them, I met Anne. I didn't see her, but we spoke. But now we are in August. And he tells me, not his girls, not his wife are ever coming back. They had to die with 1.5 million Jewish children that never did wrong to anybody. We at least, we got this little country, you know, peace we don't have at the moment. Maybe one day we get some peace. But I have one question for all of you, not to believe all the lies that are told about us. I don't want to go into politics, but they are told so many things. One Arab is dead and they say he killed him, we killed him. And then after a month we see no, but then it's too late. Everybody knows the Jews killed him. Okay, we don't speak about this. I hope you have a nice time. And that things like this will never happen to anyone again. Thank you. And in February 45, almost at the end, somebody told me, your friend Anne Frank is here, the other side of the fence. And I got crazy. I thought she is safe in Switzerland, yes? And now I have no choice. At night I go as far as I can to this fence. And very careful I try to call, hello, hello. Sorry. And a Dutch woman answered me. So I don't know from the 40 how many were still alive, but they were the only ones that had a chance because we were 89, 90% from Holland. And it was Mrs. Van Pels, the woman that was in hiding with Anne. And we knew each other, we lived in the same street, both families were friends from Frank. And when she said her name, I said my name. She said, oh, you want Anne? I said, yes, sure. And half a minute we spoke, and she said, look, Margot, I cannot bring. She is so weak, and it's a very little distance. She cannot walk this anymore, but I bring Anne. And really, after several minutes, a very sad voice is calling for me, was Anne. First thing, we both cried, and then I said, how do you come here? I hoped you are with your grandmother. Said we never tried to go to Switzerland, we wouldn't have made it. We were in hiding in Daddy's office, and we were betrayed. And then I told her that my mother died. She didn't know, she knew about the baby. My father died several days later, 25 of February. And Anne and my sister is okay. And Anne says, but I have nobody anymore. And that was not the truth. Anne's mother had to stay in Birkenau, Auschwitz, in the woman camp. And after the liberation, Mr. Frank really found out she died already beginning of January. She was not allowed to come to Bergen-Belsen with the girls. And her father, Anne was sure, she knew in Auschwitz everyone under 15 and over 55 goes straight to the gas chambers. He was 56, so she was sure he's dead. But it didn't work like this. There arrived sometimes more than 1,000 people. There was Mengele or another man from the SS. And they had no time to ask, how old are you, how old are you, how old are you? They looked. You could look 30 years old. You were very weak. They did like this. This was left, left was death. Nobody knew. Mr. Frank, 1 month, was only in Westerbork. In hiding, they had food. To be very fat is not healthy. He looked healthy. He still can work, looked younger then 55, and nobody even asked. And the Russians liberated the camp in January. He just was still alive. He was in a barrack for dying people. He was alive. And I'm so sorry, because Anne thought she's the last one of the family. And then you are not making such an effort anymore.
I'm Dick Gordon. This is The Story. One of the real pleasures of this job is the chance to touch the hands of people who themselves have held the hands of history. I recently sat down with Barbara Liederman-Rodbell at her home here in Chapel Hill. Barbara survived the Holocaust. The way she did that, the wit and the intelligence she displayed as a teenager in wartime Holland, well, that's a story all on its own, and we'll get to that in just a moment. When Barbara and her sister and parents fled Germany, she was 8. They moved to a neighborhood in Amsterdam, close to another family of Jews who'd fled Germany. Barbara made friends with one of them, Margot Frank, and Margot's little sister was Anne Frank.
And what happened was, of course, that since we lived in the same neighborhood, we went to the same schools. Now, Anne was too young. She was only 4 or something. But Margot and I...
Margot was Anne's older sister, right?
Margot was the older sister. Okay. And she and I ended up in the same school because we were in the same district. Right. And the Jägerschool. And we walked together, and we walked back together, and Margaret told her parents about our Sunday concerts at home, chamber music. My parents played chamber music and had friends come. Right. So that's how we got together. We invited the Franks for Chamber Music Sunday. So that's how they became friends. And I mean, if you look at our pictures, you'll see that their birthdays did the usual things, like in America. I mean, you have parties with your neighbors, and you have parties with, It's exactly like it. I mean, we played together, we baked cakes for each other's birthdays. I mean, my parents did, and my mother did. And, of course, Edith Frank, the mother, Frank, Edith, she had a hard time adjusting. And my mother was gung-ho because she was so happy that finally she could get her hands on her children. Because in Germany, there was a nurse and there was a governess and then there was a cook and there was a this and a that. My mother, she did social work. That's what one did. And
Do you know what's interesting to me, Barbara, is that as you describe these years with the Frank family nearby, you talk about them as a happy time. And we have this impression that everybody lived under this cloud of the Third Reich building just next door, but not for you at that time, I guess.
Well, from 33 to 40... it was okay, I mean, it was okay.
When the Germans invaded Holland, Barbara was a young teenager, and as I mentioned earlier, her friend in the Frank family was the elder sister, Margot. Now, if you know girls of that age, you'll know that they're very busy growing up. They often have very little time for little sisters and their friends, but Barbara remembers distinctly she had a connection with Anne Frank.
Yeah, that's the funny thing, because we did. It wasn't that I went to look for her to play, but she came. Because this was Anne, She was enormously bright. And
you knew that even then?
Oh, yeah. I mean, by now she's older. She's not 4 years old.
Sure,
Let's say
so she'd be 9-10 years old.
Yes. And she was... She was looking for me. She wanted to see, what do you read? She wanted to know what I read. And what's in your father's bookcase? Now, we had right behind us when we were playing, we had my father's huge, it was a wall full of books.
These are all legal texts, aren't they?
No legal things. No, his office was somewhere else.
Okay.
No, this was his reading. And she was curious what other people were reading, and she, what are you playing? What are you thinking of? Anne was always looking. She was as bright as she could be.
So would you read together with her?
She wanted to see, what does it say on that page? She was looking. She was difficult. She was, poor Mrs. Frank, I tell you.
You're saying she was a bit of a pest.
She was, no, not a pest. She was just, she kept you on your toes, and you can't imagine how bright she was, and impatient. She was bored with the little kids. She liked Susanna, but my sister actually didn't like her that much because she said Anna never wants to play a game from beginning to end because she gets impatient in the middle. And the heck with it, So my sister was more calm and liked. So Anne and I would do sort of gymnastics in the one little open space that was there and move around. I was then going to ballet school. And
you were already dancing?
I was trying, yes, yeah. I was starting. And so, that's Anne. She was interested in us,
Do you have any recollection, Barbara, of her doing any of her own writing, starting a diary or anything like that?
No.
She didn't.
I don't. If she would do that, she would do that home.
Right.
But now we're in my house.
So she didn't ask you for advice on writing or anything?
No. Now, Margot, you see, she would have asked, if you want to know about writing, she'd ask Margot, because Margot really was very bright, but very, very quiet.
Huh.
And Margot did have friends later, but she was just so very quiet and thoughtful. And
do you remember, Barbara, the last time you saw the Frank family?
Now, I don't know exactly. What happened was that after 1 year of riding to the Lyceum, the girls' Lyceum, on the bike, first of all, we couldn't ride anymore, and I started going to a different school. And so Margot and I didn't see each other. That last year, we practically didn't see each other.
You were going off to a dance school?
No. Well, I did, actually.
Yeah,
but after going to a different high school, I went when we couldn't go to public school anymore.
No Jews were allowed at public school.
No,
right?
So Margot did go. The Jewish community set up Jewish schools, and Margot went to one of those, and I refused. So I got my father, with great difficulty, to let me go to a ballet school.
The last time that Barbara saw anyone in the Frank family was just before that family went into hiding without telling anyone.
At 16, young people were told to go to a train at a certain day and that they would be sent to Germany. And the Germans were saying, these are labor camps. And I remember a party where young people got together because they were going to be sent away the next day or a couple of days after. And they were saying, it'll be all right, we'll work hard, we'll have to work hard, but we're going to take some lipstick and a little bit of, some different kind of shoes and some whatever to curl my hair to look nice, and we'll sit around camp. They thought it was like a campfire sort of thing, that they would, have a good time. And by that time, I had a boyfriend. And the boyfriend was a little older, and he told me what he knew, which was that there was all going to be killed. He knew that none of these kids would ever come back, that they would all be killed. And of course, these kids didn't believe that. They wouldn't believe me. They wouldn't believe him. But Manfred had met people who had escaped from camps in Germany, boys, men, young men. And he said, there's no question that those camps in the end will kill you. So he says, to me, he said, you are not going. And so my father said, yes, you're going, if you get called up. And Manfred, she's not going. She's going underground. My father didn't like Manfred, not at all. But Manfred ended up saving my life.
Gosh, so you were 16 years old when you left the family?
17. I was 17. But what happened was that so we had some protection. But you asked about Margot, and Margot was when this little note came to Margot, I didn't even get it because I had the protection.
The note saying you have to go to the camps?
Yes, you have to come to a train station at a certain hour, and they did say bring a bag with this and that, good pair of shoes and a warm jacket or something like that. Margot's father packed up and they left. That's when they went underground. He had protected. I didn't know any of that. I must tell you.
As far as you're concerned, they just disappeared.
They disappeared.
And you didn't know where they were?
No, I did not know. And it was good, because I was a blabbermouth. So it was very good that I did not know. What happened was that one day I went over. We weren't underground yet. So, I wasn't hidden yet. I was 16 still. And I went over to Margot's house and said, and rang the bell. And a man opened the door, whom I had seen but didn't know, and he said, "Oh no, the Franks." He says, "They're gone. I think they went to Basel, to Switzerland. They did have family there, I knew. So it sounded right to me. I thought they weren't. I came home, I remember, and I told my mother and father, I said, it's really wonderful. The Franks managed to get out to Switzerland. So all the war, I was really very close to them. I stayed very close to them. But I never know.
You were in hiding, and neither of you knew that you were there?
No.
And so all those months that Anne Frank was writing in her diary, hidden in the secret annex, and the 2 years before her family was taken away to the death camps, she was actually close to where Barbara was also taking refuge. In just a moment, we'll hear how Barbara Liederman Rodbell survived the war. I'm Dick Gordon from APM, American Public Media. This is The Story. I'm Dick Gordon. This is The Story. I'm talking this hour with Barbara Rodbell about her childhood encounter with Anne Frank, and Barbara's own story of surviving the 40s in Amsterdam, a time when the Nazis were relentlessly shipping Jews and others to concentration camps. When Barbara was 17, her boyfriend, Manfred, was able to secure false identification papers for her.
It was difficult in the beginning to get good papers. It was actually practically impossible. Later on, artists and other people got together and started fabricating or changing original IDs. The ID had a photograph on it and had a thumbprint and a signature. And of course, there were certain things they couldn't change if they want. But they could, when they took out the thumbprint and the picture. No, wait a minute. They couldn't take out the thumbprint, but they could take out the picture. Right. So they put my picture in place of Sylvia's. I got the ID of a girl named Sylvia who had died. She was so I don't know where they got it. but somebody got it, and I got it. And they took out the picture, put my picture in, and across that was an official stamp, and they could. Half of it was on the picture, so they had to draw it. Half of it was on the paper, and they left that. And then they drew the rest of the... I mean, they did it very well. I have no idea how they did it, but they did that. And that's what I had. But there was something else on this ID, and that was her birthday. And her birthday was 27. And I forget what I was at the time, maybe 17 or 16.
Oh, she was 27 years old?
Yeah.
That said
she was 27. She was 27, and they couldn't change it because you couldn't get the ink right. You know,
and you're such a young-looking person at that time. You probably didn't even look 17.
No, I didn't at all like 17. And if somebody really wanted to look at it carefully, it wouldn't have passed. But it passed. And that... If you want to know when it passed, was the day I left home.
Tell me about that day.
Well, what had happened was that there was a big, what was called a razzia, or a pogrom.
Rounding up of the Jews.
Yeah, and it was it wasn't big, it was actually by name that time. You know, there were various kinds of pickups. There was pickups where they picked up everybody, then there was pickups where they picked people up by name, and etc. So we were sitting at our big window in the front, looking out on the street.
But I thought you left home at this point.
No, I hadn't.
Okay.
And we saw them coming. You know, they came to this house, and they came to that house, and they stopped a couple of steps before ours. And I had told... Manfred knew. He always knew when things were happening, and he knew about this particular pickup. And he sent somebody with a German. The guy had a German coat on leather, and big boots, you know, and whatever else they wear. And he came on a motorcycle, big motorcycle. And he imagined in the middle of this pickup business, the bell rings, and my father goes out of his mind. They thought he was going to get picked up. So the bell rings, and we had to open the door. So we opened the door, and it was this guy, and he came. I'm come for Barbara. He came for me to pick me up. And he said, Manfred sent me to pick you up, so hurry up and get out. We have to get out of here. And my father threw him down the stairs. And he said, the guy later on told me, I said to myself, I'm not going to fight this man. And he picked up and left. So I got left with my parents, waiting for what was happening, and somehow it just stopped in front. It didn't come to us. So then Manfred, after that occurrence, said, now you have to go underground. We had been waiting for me to go underground, and I told my parents that I was leaving. And my father said, no. And I said, well, I'm going. And my mother said, let her go. So by that time I had the false paper, right, that I described to you. And I just took a few little things and I left. And they had found a place for me to stay. It was a kind of a pension, what I called a pension, a pension.
Like a rooming house? Or?
Yeah, boarding house. Yeah. That's what it was, a boarding house. And the lady didn't know who I was. And she gave me a room. And she cooked, we ate there, and everything. And during the day, I was at the time I was in school. I took ballet in the big theater. So anyway, she had no idea who I was, and she was good to me, and everybody else. So it was very well organized. Manfred was excellent. So anyway, that's where I lived first. And I lived there. I had the papers, the false papers. And I stayed there for about 8 months. And then there was a holiday, Whitsun or something. And my parents called and said, please come home, please come home. And I said to Manfred, I can't stand it. I got to go home. I got to see my parents. They were still in Amsterdam. Nothing had happened to them. And so Manfred said, don't do it. You never know what happens. I have no information that anything's going to happen. But you never know. They might just all of a sudden decide on something, and you can't go and you can't go. But I went. And of course, I didn't wear a star at that time, right? It was an underground. They called that underground.
You're listening to the story. Barbara Rodbell is one of the few German Jews who moved to Amsterdam and was still able to escape being shipped off to the concentration camps. There was that one time, though, when she went back to her old neighborhood to see her family.
And I went home. I went to a friend, put on a star, and then I went home. I couldn't get there without because of the neighbors. And I went home. And we had this great hugging and kissing and taking care of each other. And a good dinner. And then somebody came and told us, a woman that we already called Cassandra, she came and she said, this whole area is going to, the Jewish people in this area are going to be picked up tomorrow morning. She said, I just got the information from the underground, and this is what's going to happen. Goodbye, I've got to go see some other people. So I hadn't even slept overnight in that house, in our place. And now what to do? What to do? I mean, Manfred was right, of course, I should have never done it. So then we started to think what to do, and we decided that I would leave, even though. But now, at 6, we had the whole night to talk, and they had to get ready, to prepare themselves.
Now, you had papers, so you could leave.
I had papers. No, they had papers too. I mean, Manfred got papers for all of us.
So they could have gone underground?
They could have, yes. They could have gone underground, but my father couldn't. My mother got the papers for Manfred.
Sorry, couldn't or wouldn't?
He wouldn't.
Why? Did he explain it?
Yes, he did explain it. That's a good question. He said, I have been a lawyer all my life. I've never done anything against the law. And I cannot live under anything, I can't do that. It is completely against my nature if the law says, and I yelled at him. I said, the law? What law? He said, these are not your friends at the university in Berlin. These are criminals, and of course I was indoctrinated by Manfred, who really had explained the situation to me by that time. I was completely non-political. I had no idea about anything, but he explained it to me, and he said, these are criminals. These are not. This is not legality in any way.
Did you have a chance to talk to your sister Susanna and say?
Yeah, I did. I mean, but no, we did that. But we stood together.
All together.
We didn't. I wasn't separate. I couldn't talk to her alone, and she was 14. I mean, she was young. She might even have been. No, she was 14. She was 14, and we had this good place. Anyway, in the house, and. Again, this was a big pickup with a lot of people. And it was in my head. What if you don't open the door? What if you don't open the door? I mean, what are they going to do? They have all these people to get, Okay, this is what happened. I did go. I said goodbye, and my father told me, go ahead, go. And that was a blessing, because that was the last time I ever saw him. And so he said, go. So I had in my little carry-all, I had a sandwich, I had a bathing suit, a towel, and a comb or something. That was all I had. I had no money. I had maybe, a gulden or something. But I did ask my father, and my mother said to me, you know, Uncle Johan, who was married to a non-Jewish person, he has some money, and for you, you know, for if you survive. I mean, I didn't know if I was going to be picked up, and I went down the stairs, and I tried not to think what I was doing. I was just going, and I was going down the stairs. It was quite a bit of stairs, and then I was on the street, and there were cars with loudspeakers going down the streets, and it was saying, Gentiles are not allowed on the street. All Jews have to prepare themselves. And I was on the street.
Trying to pass as a Gentile with the false
Gentiles
papers,
were not
right?
allowed on the street.
Right, so you weren't meant to be there.
Nobody was allowed to be there. Yes, you're right. I was not allowed to be there. So, but I was going to go. I tried to stay near to the houses, but I had to cross the street because I had to. In Amsterdam, have you been in Amsterdam?
Yes.
You know, it has a bunch of rivers and canals and bridges.
Yeah.
And you had to get across a bridge. I had to get across a bridge to go to Manfred, you know. So I had to go across the street, and I did. And the danger was that somebody saw you and said, you know, gave you away to the police or something. And I came to the first bridge, and they were just staring at me. I mean, I was very small, as I am now, and I had blonde pigtails, and I had this paper that said I was 27 years old. And they were saying to me, I had a little raincoat. It was warm. It was June 20th, 1943. Exactly. And on that bridge, there were three people, as I remembered. There was a green policeman, there was a black Dutch policeman, then a German, and then one of the fascists. The green police, we used to call them, people who gave away you know, the worst, the Nazis, the Dutch Nazis, NSB'ers. The collaborators. So there were three lovely guys up there. And I came, and they said, "What are you doing? What are you doing here?" And I said, "Well, I came here to go to the swimming pool with my girlfriend, and now there's all this stuff going on, you know, loudspeakers, and my mother's going to be worried, and I have to go see my mother, and I'm afraid." And they said, "Get the hell so and so out of here," and
they didn't
just
believe you.
nobody is allowed to go anywhere. And then I had to leave, and I was very, very afraid because. Okay, there was another bridge not too far away, and I was running, but I was going along the side of the houses, you know, to that next bridge, and then again I had to cross from that protective wall of houses to that bridge, and I got to that bridge. On that bridge were two people, and they said, "What are you doing?" you know, etc. And now I knew already that I couldn't have come into this area.
You had to change your story.
I had to change the story. And so I said, well, I slept overnight with my girlfriend, and we were going to go swimming, and then I hear all this noise, and I know my mother's going to be terribly worried, and my parents, I mean, I have to go see my parents, you know, and they said, "No, you better go back to your girlfriend, and what do you do tonight? But we're not going to go, you cannot go across this bridge." And then I was crying. I mean, I left, and I was crying because that next bridge, that was quite a ways, and I had to go through a lot of country to get there, you know.
And you're all by yourself.
I was all, and so I ran carefully down. Nothing, nobody was on the street, so I just went to that next bridge. I got to that next bridge, and there was a German, just one German soldier. He was very young. I would say. By now, then I didn't think about it, but he was young. He could have been my brother, something like that. And he saw me looking the way I was, tears, and he spoke in German. He said, "Was ist los? Was machst du hier?" And of course, I said in German, I answered in German. I said, I want to go see my mother. I didn't even explain anything, He said, "I want to see my mother." And he says, where is your mother? Wo ist denn die Mutti? Where is your mother? And I said, "Da."
And just pointed.
And he says, "March. Schnell. Mach.
Go.
Los." Yeah.
He let you through.
Marsch. Los, weg mit dir. Yeah. I mean, he must have thought of his sister, or something. I mean, and he was this crying girl, and I mean, what the heck, And he was alone. He could make a decision. Those others, had somebody else there who could have said, But he did that. He said, los, ghost.
He saved your life.
Yeah, he saved my life.
Barbara Rodbell says she has prayed for that soldier since. She imagines him as an old man at home. Barbara made it back to Manfred's house, and late that night Manfred and some others in the resistance went to Barbara's family home, but no one was there. She thought it was possible that her parents and sister had gone to a labor camp and survived, and that she'd see them after the war. She knows now they almost certainly died in Auschwitz in 1943. She spent the rest of the war with Manfred and his group of friends in the resistance. We'll hear more about how they survived in just a moment. I'm Dick Gordon from APM, American Public Media. This is The Story. I'm Dick Gordon. This is The Story. In 1944, Barbara Rodbell was still in Amsterdam, living with a false name and papers. Those were difficult days. There was no food, no fuel. Everyone was cold and hungry. Barbara had a bit of jewelry she managed to sell for a small amount of money.
When it got really, really bad around the winter of 44, 45, it was called the most terrible winter that they ever had. The American soldiers, the infantry also suffered like crazy. There was no food. And Amsterdam, the city of Amsterdam, I guess all the cities, had a soup kitchen that they ran, and we ate out of the soup kitchen. What was in the soup? But I understand it was tulip bulbs soup and things. But we had some old crackers that we ate with it. Some crackers that were as hard as a rock, of course. And, there was no electricity really, because there was no water. The electricity brought the water up to the third floor where we were living, and there was no electricity, so you had to go down. You had certain hours that it was your turn, to go and get some water out of the street waters. And you can't imagine. And there were no coal. We only had a little stove, that gave us some heat if we had something to put in there. Some kind of wood or...
People were breaking up furniture to...
Oh, yeah. And what we did was we had something called peat, which was... you used to cut it out of... We didn't do it.
It's like a heavy moss, almost like a soil.
Yes. It was out of a
bog.
Out of some thing there. And it came to the house, and we thought, oh, how wonderful. We are going to have some heat. It burned very fast if it was dry, really dry. And we had this one little thing called a salamander stove. And it came, and in it were bugs. It turned out that there were fleas. They were full of fleas. And we had a flea plague. And one night, I remember, I killed 69 fleas. I mean, it was horrible. It was just absolutely horrible. And it didn't stop till the Americans came with DDT. I mean, you know, and this was in the middle of the winter.
So, how old were you, Barbara, when you moved to America?
22, just.
It's inconceivable to me that you had lived all those different lives before your 22nd birthday. I find that unbelievable.
Well, no, before it was over, I was only 20 or 21.
I know, but still.
You know,
I mean,
I didn't come to the States till a few years after the war, not till 47.
No.
This winter of Veterans Day of 47, I came to the United States. So by that, so I was actually 20 when it was over, just 20.
But you seem to have lived so much of.
Yeah.
Then I'd be exhausted.
But Manfred, he saved his mother, his sister, her husband, he just managed to do all that. We did it together. I really spent the war standing in line for food because we had to have food for all these people. And it wasn't just in one store. You know, those stores were still like a vegetable store and a milk store. And, everything was separate. And, you were hungry, you were cold. Sometimes you stood in line for an hour, and when you got there was nothing left. And it was amazing. I can't understand it myself. I mean, I was so thin. You could see through my navel. You could see my backbone. I mean, it was amazing. Yeah. When I had my first child, my gums just grew and grew, you know.
Because you'd been through this period of starvation.
Yes, I wasn't really ready hadn't nurtured and had enough food. Not enough years had gone by for me to really be. But with B12 and etc., whatever it was they gave me, I managed.
And when you talk about the time of the war, and you talk to teenagers to give them a sense of what you learned, what do you tell them, Barbara?
It's a wonderful question. I'm so glad you asked, because that's my job. I look at the girls mostly, because girls, they have a little harder time making decisions, at least most girls. I know there are other girls, but most girls. So I say to them that you have to do what is good for you. While it doesn't hurt other people. You cannot do things because you want them to do if it's really going to hurt somebody. But I knew from Manfred, I must say, that I could not help my parents. One person under those circumstances that we were in, that I was in, I did not hurt my parents by not going. You know, my father kept saying, but they know that we have 2 children, 2 daughters, and if you are not here, we're going to be put in a special barrack, which says Strafe, which is punishment. But Manfred had told me, don't fall for anything like that. Under live and die conditions, you cannot help another person. I mean, if you're lined up to be shot and you get down first and don't get killed, you know, you're not helping anybody by standing up. That's what I was thinking of. That's what I was thinking of when I'm talking to these girls. I keep saying, think for yourselves. Think for yourselves. That's what's important. You know, what is good for you? If you are in a difficult situation and you know that by leaving you do not hurt the others, but you're helping yourself, you do it. You only have your one life. And you have to you mustn't hurt them. And maybe by doing what is good for you at that moment, you're actually helping them, or you can help them later. You don't know what life's going to throw at you, what is going to tell you. But I have to confess that I wasn't thinking all those wonderful thoughts. Nobody had. Well, Manfred told me that he did, and that's.
You're saying you weren't thinking those thoughts? You weren't thinking it?
I wasn't thinking that I was hurting them, no. Because in such a large pickup, which this was, you know what they did was, at the time they were being picked up, the loudspeakers were going, this is what people told me, because I didn't hear that, I was gone. They told me that the loudspeakers said, all Jews come down the stairs. And if they did, all of them did. So, not everybody where I lived was Jewish, so they did not. Some doors were not opened, and people did not come out. And some Jews did not go. And if my sister had just had the guts, but I'm sure that she thought she would be able to help or something.
Or that she was doing the right thing.
And she was doing the right thing. For her, she was going with her parents. She was just too young, just a bit too young. Just think what Anne could have done. I'm a writer like her. What she would have written when she was mature, truly mature.
When was it, Barbara, that you realized that this young girl, this Anne Frank, who had simply been a kind of younger, I was going to say playmate, but a younger girl that you knew, had written this amazing diary and had become so famous? Was it years later when you realized?
Mr. Frank actually came to see me. And he found me, we found each other somehow. I didn't go to see him, so he came back to see me. I had heard he was back, but I hadn't seen him. And he told me that they had found a diary of Anne's. This was before they made it into a book. I mean, that took a while. It wasn't right away.
What she'd written at that time?
No, I don't know if he had read some of it. I imagine he did. I mean, I would have, if I would have found. It was Miss Ries who found that, and who gave it to Frank when he came back, to Otto and Anne. Yeah, and I actually did see Otto in Switzerland later.
So what was it like for you the very first time that you read the Diary of Anne Frank? Do you recall?
Yeah, I do. I have the first edition, the first thing, the first time it came out, because he sent it to me. So it was, I couldn't believe it, actually. Although she was this bright, and she was, I couldn't believe her sitting down and really doing something from A to Z. That was what I was surprised about. But she was certainly, and I kept saying to myself, she's grown up. She did grow up, just like I grew up. I mean, I would have thought my sister, for instance, she could have done something like that. She was so wonderful. But Margot, I would have expected it, but that she actually did it, I was surprised. But thinking about it and thinking about what I've told you before, that she was so sparkly and full of ideas, and I thought if she grew up, maybe that was really very possible that she. Well, I had it in my hand, so I knew it had happened. Yeah. So, and of course, when I saw him, this feeling that he had, first of all, that I was alive and his daughters were dead, and I saw him and I thought, it could have been my father. Why wasn't it my father,
Barbara stayed in touch with Otto Frank until his death years later. One thing she didn't mention was that, as a dancer in Amsterdam during the war years, she was able to stay out after curfew, and she used the privilege for her work with the resistance. After the war, she was among the survivors who went to the train station in Amsterdam. She held out hope that her parents or her little sister Susanna might have survived. In 1947, she emigrated to America. She was unable to support herself with her dancing, and she took a job with Ringling Brothers Circus. She later met and married the noted biochemist Martin Rodbell. He would go on to win a Nobel Prize in 1994. Barbara and Martin had 4 children, as she says, 2 for her, 2 for her sister.
There is no greater plea for the preservation of our beautiful, fragile planet than the tribute to trees, to nature, made by 14-year-old Anne Frank in her diary just months before she died. I wonder if it's because I haven't been able to poke my nose outside for so long that I've become so crazy for everything to do with nature. Nearly every morning I go to the attic, and from my favorite spot on the floor, I look up at the blue sky and the bare chestnut tree, on whose branches little raindrops glisten like silver, and at the seagulls as they glide on the wind. As long as this exists, and I may live to see it, this sunshine, these cloudless skies, while this lasts, I cannot be unhappy. The best remedy for those who are afraid, lonely, or unhappy is to go outside, somewhere they can be quiet, alone with the heavens, nature, and God. Because only then does one feel that all is as it should be, and that God wishes to see people happy amidst the simple beauty of nature. As long as this exists, and it certainly always will, I know there will always be comfort for every sorrow. And I firmly believe that nature brings solace in all troubles.